What is up, gang? Welcome to the Adrel Show. We cover World of Warcraft Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 4 p.m. my time, so basically whatever time it is in your time zone right now. And we have the War Within is finally upon us. We are in Kaz Algar. We've hit level 80. We've completed the main campaign quest. We've unlocked all the flight masters, so we have our increased flight speed. We have a 5% experience boost to all of our alts because of the fact that we've hit level 80 on our main. Since we completed the campaign, we have access to adventure mode and world quests and all the other level 80 content, I guess, on all of our alts, so we can sort of choose however we want to level up all of our alts. We have also completed the Pathfinder achievement by completing the campaign quest and then also exploring all the zones. So quite a few things that we've already managed to unlock during early access. That aside, I've also been tinkering around with professions quite a bit. We streamed on Friday for like 12 hours, which was a lot of fun, but also very exhausting. I streamed a little bit yesterday, but not too much, mainly just because I wanted to spend some time actually enjoying the game, like focusing purely on the game and really just having a good time with launch. But so for today's stream, we're gonna do a couple of things, right? We are going to first knock out some world quests on my main. We are level 80 now, so scaling's not super great. After that, we may hop onto an alt and do some profession stuff, as well as maybe a little bit of leveling. They have kind of nerfed they've sort of nerfed the best way to level, which was basically going through dungeons with a level 70 that had the XP switched off. But we'll come to all that. Being a Monday, of course, I do want to quickly go through Wowhead and look at some of the top articles and just get my thoughts on it and look at how it may impact different things. I've also spent some time leveling. Actually, the only professions I've really messed with are, funnily enough, cooking, which is great. Fishing, which was also amazing, right? It's the start of an expansion, but more or less anything you can do. I think Mantius was saying that his advice for Goldmaking at the start is just do things. Like, that literally is what it is right now, right? Like, with the new expansion, more or less anything you do, you will be getting something that you can sell for gold. And the opportunities are just endless right now. It literally is probably, I don't know if it's necessarily the best time to make gold, but it's certainly the easiest time to make gold, where you can more or less do anything as suboptimally, as inefficiently as you want, and you will probably make a decent bit of gold doing whatever it is you're doing. But yeah, so cooking still has some really good margins. Fishing is just amazing because most fish are selling for anywhere from 50 to 100 to even 200 or 300 gold, depending on if you are fishing up some of the rarer fish. And beyond that, I've finally got enchanting to skill level 62, which is an important breakpoint because you unlock patron work orders, which weren't supposed to be active for early access, but do seem to be. And we've also, picked up some enchanting knowledge books and things like that. But we'll get into all of that once we look at the characters. Started tinkering around a little bit with jewel crafting, a little bit of tailoring. But probably on the stream today, we're going to do leather working and we're going to do inscription and maybe even alchemy. Alchemy, I'm generally a little bit skeptical about just because of the RNG. And I also got started on my engineer. We've unlocked all of the recipes that we can from the scrap farming. And don't you lovely people worry, I have recorded most, if not all of that, all of the profession leveling stuff, and I'll be releasing guides to some of those things on my YouTube channel and potentially on Twitch VODs as well. All right, with that said, here's our main level 80 Windwalker Conduit of the Celestials. Right, we're still not so great on the eye level, but we'll be doing some world quests and we'll be doing some other stuff to get ourselves a little bit of better gear, right? Anyway, let's quickly go through Wowhead and let's take a look at all of the articles that I found interesting here. The first one is actually something I need to do on my account, but basically by completing this quest called the Rust and Redemption, we'll be able to unlock an elevator that'll make it a lot quicker for us to go between the Isle of Dorn and the Ringing Deeps, which is always good. I'm happy to say that they've given us a lot more ways to transport ourselves between the different zones, which is kind of handy because unlike in Dragonflight, where the capital city was right in the center of the continent, Dornogal is kind of off to the side, right? It's literally on a separate island, and so it's not like you can easily get to all these zones if they hadn't given us the ports. But essentially, we have the, completing the campaign, you'll get a portal directly from Dornogal to the Weaver's Lair in Aj-Kahet, and also one to go back. That doesn't have a cooldown or anything, which is kind of nice, right? And then from Dornogal to the Ringing Deeps, you also have the elevator, and we'll go ahead and complete that quest, probably on stream actually, right now, in order to make that just that little bit quicker as well. I know with a lot of alts and things like that, we'll probably want to get out into the world a little bit. I mainly tend to spend most of my time in Dornogal, or rather in the capital city. I mean, if you were to look at my slash played in Valdrakken versus all the other zones, it would probably be like 80 to 90% of my time I spend in Valdrakken. Hopefully this expansion pushes us out into the world a little bit more and we actually go do some stuff, but I mean, that said, I'm not super hopeful. I think probably other than the profession quests and things like that, I will most likely still primarily be camped in Dornogal. So I'm really happy that Dornogal is a really cool looking city, really easy to get around city and stuff like that. If it was something like Oribos, I would be pretty upset. In any case, so we'll do that quest in a second here. One other thing that I wanted to touch on that I'm fairly certain if you've been playing early access at all, you probably already noticed, but definitely for those of us who haven't picked up early access, it's good to know that while you're leveling, it's always worth doing each of the unique rares because they do drop reputation. And so it will speed up your renown gathering a lot to take out all the rares that you can while leveling up. They are on weekly lockout, right? But it is warband wide. So if you haven't done it on your main, you can do it on an alt while you're leveling up or whatever it is. And so yeah, that's a pretty cool feature. Now coming to this one, this is one of Blizzard's more controversial changes, I feel like. But they've basically removed the ability to disable experience gain for level 70s. Now, the reason that they did this was because basically the scaling is completely broken, right? And WoW had actually put out an article on this, and I think I would be surprised if Blizzard wasn't already aware of this. But I think the WoWhead article probably made them realize that they needed to do something, because basically if you had a level 70 or a level 71 in your group, they were more or less able to solo the dungeon. And that's basically how I pushed from level 77 to level 80 in like maybe an hour, well, probably about 2 hours, realistically speaking. Because you would just queue up for a random dungeon. There would be a level 70 or a level 71 or even a 72 or 73 were still pretty OP. And they would more or less just solo the dungeon. It literally felt like we were back in Remix, where a level 70 was just like pulling the entire dungeon or as much as they could, and then absolutely destroying them, right? Like, I'm a level 80, my gear isn't amazing, but it's not too bad. And I was doing like less than maybe 5% of the damage that a level 70 was doing. So that's basically why they why they changed this. And so now you can no longer lock your experience at level 70 or above. Level 69 is the highest that you can lock your experience gains at, which is interesting. Interesting because of the fact that it was, right, this was something that you could do all of early access, more or less, right? It's the last day of early access that they've disabled this, which does sort of lean into what people have been saying, that early access by definition gives you a huge advantage, and things like this definitely don't help that perception, right? Because not only could you use a level 70 to run dungeons super quick, which, I mean, obviously was great to level other characters, to get dungeon loot, to farm greens as well, right? To farm all the items that you get inside a dungeon, we were completing dungeons in like under 5 minutes in some cases, which is absolutely nuts for retail, right? For Remix, that's a long dungeon run. For retail, that's kind of crazy, especially for a brand new expansion, right? If you're running old world dungeons in less than 5 minutes, sure, no one's going to be too upset about that. But for the latest content to take less than 5 minutes as a dungeon, I get why Blizzard disabled this. That said, it's not completely nerfed because it's not like they changed the scaling. I don't think they'd quite do that. I think that would probably be a bridge too far. they've just sort of nerfed it so that now, you know, you can still do that, but you're gonna hit level 71, 72, 73 pretty quick, and fairly soon you'll get hit with the harsh reality stick and not be as OP as you were at level 70. The other interesting thing is this also kind of nerfs a lot of the other farms, a lot of the other things that people were doing, because basically any of the quests, delves, you know, all those things at level 70, you were just super OP, right? You were just, because of the way that the scaling worked, you could solo all sorts of things. You could take out all kinds of mobs and things like that, which you can't really do at level 80. So what a lot of people were doing was they were, you know, getting a character to level 80 if they wanted to, but basically using level 70 characters to either grind mobs or to farm rep or to do their side quests or whatever else, just because of how OP the level 70s were. And I'm fairly certain this is also how you had people like Jinji getting 18 level 80s and like within like 2 days of early access launching, right? I watched some of his stream. I didn't watch all of it, so I'm not sure if he was using other methods as well. Look, I mean, with people who are literally in race to world first guilds, this isn't the thing that would have allowed them to do that. They would have figured out a way, one way or another, and definitely a way that we couldn't have, like, that we mere common folks, us mere casuals, would not have been able to compete with in any case. But I thought it was really interesting that they decided to make this change even during early access, before everyone has access to the game. All right, then this I mainly opened because I need to do this myself. But essentially there's a quest in Dornogal, I guess, that basically requires you to complete a dungeon and will reward a significant amount of renown. 1,500 renown with any faction of your choice. Now that's really interesting because of the fact that when it comes to knowledge points, one of the best sources of knowledge points is these renown locked knowledge point books, right? Because they give you 10 knowledge points and it's account wide. For enchanting in particular, the one I need to unlock is the Council of Dornogal, and I believe it's the Halofal Arathi. I may be mistaken. Let's double check here. Lighting the way. No, it's maybe the Assembly of the Deeps then. Yeah, so the Assembly of the Deeps or the Council of Dornogal are basically super OP in that, you know, once you get to 12 renown, you can buy a book. Although, hold up, give me one second here. Is it the case that only one renown gives us knowledge points this expansion? Because in Dragonflight, there were two different, for every profession, there were two different renowns that would give you knowledge point items. But it looks like in the War Within, there is only one renown locked or renown gated knowledge point source. And I guess Council of Dornogal is the one that we're going to care more about because it's alchemy, blacksmithing, enchanting, and tailoring. Whereas the Assembly of the Deeps is where we're going to get our mining, engineering, inscription from. So where does jewel crafting get their knowledge points from? I'm afraid to ask. Probably worth me looking that up. All right, let's see if we can find it here. It doesn't look like... Oh, it's at 14 renown with the Halofal Arathi. I wonder why it's 12 for the others, but 14 for the Arathi. Is it maybe there's just more sources of renown for them? I don't know. That seems kind of strange, but it is what it is. Let's see. Are there any other knowledge point items on any of these, you know, past 14 or 12? Past 12 or 14? I'm assuming there should be, but maybe there isn't. Maybe there isn't. Let's see here. 12, we know that we get some knowledge points, right? And these are super OP, because they're account wide, so you'll get them for all of your professions. But that aside, also because of the fact that they're basically free, right? The books cost 50 artisans acuity, and I'm not certain, but I believe you may get back the artisans acuity that you spend, simply because of the fact that you're getting 10 knowledge points, and I think it should give you back the artisans acuity. But in either way, I mean, 50 artisans acuity for 10 knowledge points is a great deal. Right? You take that deal 10 times out of 10. In any case, so we need to make sure that we get this quest done, especially before weekly reset. And I'm assuming that it's yeah. I mean, it looks like the rewards here are warband wide, so you'll only get it for the first time you complete it. So this we actually probably won't even do on our main. We'll probably do this on one of our alts, because we will be running some dungeons, at least the lower levels, where we can solo everything, right? All right, this is pretty straightforward. I talked about this on stream the other day as well, on Friday as well. If you have alts, and you, I mean, more or less one of the first things you want to do is you want to take them through the little portal in Orgrimmar and Stormwind to Dornogal, and you want to get them their free little satchel of profession items, right? Not only will that give you your 350 Artisans Acuity, which is also buffed after they nerfed the Artisans Acuity Shuffle, but also mats are selling super expensively right now, and I believe the best one of these satchels that you'll want to pick up on more or less every character if you can is the enchanting one, because enchanting mats are just stupidly ridiculously expensive. I know, because I just spent like some god awful, I think I probably spent 50, 60, 70,000 gold. Let's see if Trade Skill Master will tell us here how much freaking gold I've spent on up. Where is Adrol? Where is our main here? Because I spent a little bit on jewel crafting, but primarily I spent a bunch of gold on what is going on? Why can we not? Why can't I see Adrol on here? Am I just missing it in the list? Here we go, Adrol. There we go. All right, let's see here. In the past day, okay, I spent about 84,000 gold, which is not too bad. But yeah, basically I spent 84,000, well, I mean, I say that, right? How much have I spent on Storm's Dust? I spent 33,000 gold on Storm's Dust. And I'm not even maxed out on enchanting. That was just to get me to 63 enchanting, which is not particularly good. We unlocked the patron work orders. We unlocked 2 of them. I did one of them. I'm holding on to the other one, but I think we'll probably do that on stream. And we've got 52 enchanting knowledge that we need to spend. My goal is to get to about 60 so that I can max out one of these trees. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to go about, we're going to try and get 5 points into here, learn a sub-specialization, I haven't picked which one yet, max out this tree, and max out the second tree as well, and then come back and spend as many more points in here as we can. But basically 60 knowledge points should allow us to guarantee rank 3s of any of these enchants, assuming we have a good profession tool as well. The question becomes then whether or not we want to spend our Artisan's Acuity on getting profession tools for enchanting or for jewel crafting. And that aside, whether it makes sense to spend some of our Artisan's Acuity to pick up one of these harder to get recipes, right? The Artisan's Acuity recipes are kind of good. It's basically a good thing for gold makers, because it means that, well, first of all, it means one of the things I really like about the War Within is that Blizzard has made everything super gated. Which is not something I generally like saying. I know that's something that a lot of people don't like hearing either, that gating is a good thing. But when it comes to gold making, gating will generally, if not always, be a good thing. It just gives you a more defensible moat, right? Which is like what Warren Buffett talks about, right? Like businesses that are defensible, right? The barrier to entry is a lot higher for those, because not everyone's going to have as much artisan, like not everyone's going to spend their Artisan's Acuity in the same places, right? People are going to prioritize different things. They may or may not be aware of all the different sources of Artisan's Acuity and things like that. And so the more gated things are, the more potential gold you can make. And I think it's also really good that they've made us, that you have to make these meaningful decisions that really do impact, that really significantly impact your ability to make gold, or at the very least ability to make different items. Like they feel very meaningful and impactful, which I think is a really good thing, because for so many expansions, professions was just, all right, you max out your professions and now you're sort of competing on an even footing. Maybe the best you can do is, you can optimize by either, crafting your own mats or whatever else, but basically everyone was more or less on the same footing. I think it's really good that between the knowledge trees, right, the knowledge point system, the Artisan's Acuity, there's a lot of different meaningful decisions and there are a lot of different ways you can go with it. And I think it's also really in sync with everything that's happening with the profession system, with the warband system, right? Because if you want to do multiple of them, it's fairly easy, and we've all leveled up, or at least a lot of us have leveled up a whole bunch of alts through the remix system. And if you haven't already done that, you can still level up alts fairly quickly through what do you call it? Through the Radiant Echoes event. And that aside, I mean, with the nerfs that they made to experience gains, the amount of experience required in general, you can fairly quickly level up alts in the War Within, should you not have enough, or you want to test out a different profession or whatever else. So I think that's really cool. I haven't really done too much alt army stuff yet. We may do that on stream today. If you are watching live, welcome so much. Thank you so much for watching live. Welcome to the stream. Drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Let me know if you're playing the War Within, if you've got early access, if you're excited for the main launch tomorrow. I think my hope is that tomorrow is when we see a big uptick in auction house sales. Because I think probably most of the people who have early access, right? If you're willing to spend as much to get into early access, you're probably a more hardcore player, and you're probably also leveling up your own professions. Whereas my hope is that tomorrow, with the casual crowd joining in, we'll have a lot more people. Well, tonight, I suppose. Tonight for me, I guess today for our North American viewers. Yeah, tonight we'll have all the casual players joining on, and so my hope is that they will be less likely to engage as much with the profession systems, and will probably be more willing to pay me gold to buy items. But hey, never forget that casuals is where we make all of our gold. So I consider myself very much a hardcore casual, which sounds weird, but I think World of Warcraft in particular is a game that is sort of, I think there's a lot more hardcore casuals than in probably many other games. All right, with that said, I'm going to take a quick little break, and then we will be right back and get to doing all this other stuff that we need to do. All right, see you guys in a second. All right, and we are back. So, got someone I need to ban in chat right away. Let's go ahead and get that done. Should probably also double check my my Discord that I created here. Has anyone joined? I don't think anyone's joined my Discord. If you are watching live, please do join my Discord. Server setting. I don't know if there's anything that shouldn't be on there. Ooh, I suppose I can stream. Oh, the question becomes, can my system handle streaming to 2 things at once? I'll probably do this at some other point just to get that little pet. If you aren't aware, there is a pet that you can get for streaming on Discord for about 15 minutes, and I would strongly recommend. I would gladly invite you to feel free to stream it to my Discord channel if you don't have anywhere else to stream it to, or if you just want some company. All right, with that said, we are back on our main. Let's continue going through the Wowhead articles real quick, and then we're going to get into some actual gold making and do some other fun stuff like that, right? Yep. Let's go for it. All right, so we're going to do some alt army setup stuff today as well, because that is gold making related. This is just an easy mount guide. Well, not super relevant to gold making. Now, there is a new Wowhead economy weekly wrap up, and so we won't spend too much time on this, but I did want to quickly just go through it a little bit, right? Give me 1 second, folks. Got a phone call coming in. All right, and we're back. Sorry about that. Okay, so we were looking at the Wowhead article. Yep, so I mean, early access gold making, I mean, like I said, there's really not anything you could be doing in the game right now that will not earn you some gold, right? Even if you were just leveling alts through dungeons, you're going to have BOEs dropping if you picked up tailoring and inscription, which is what I recommend on leveling characters. You know, if you're doing dungeons, tailoring and inscription is what you want to pick up. If you're doing open world stuff, herbalism, mining, skinning, I mean, there's really no bad choices. So we won't spend too much time on this. Material prices are all over the place. My general assumption is that prices for most things will trend downwards, is just as we have more people doing the content and more people getting more gathering skills and all that fun stuff. So I've generally leaned towards just more or less any mats that I have. You know, maybe I bought too many to level a profession, or you know, I've gathered them from the different chests and things like that. Whatever it is, I'm just winging them on the auction house and getting whatever gold I can for them right now, and that's been doing fairly well for me, because usually by the time I get around to actually using them for something, the prices may have already dropped. The exception being, of course, enchanting mats, which seem to just consistently be super high. And interestingly enough, it's not the blue, right? It's not the blue crystals. It's not the what do you call it? The epic crystals as well. For whatever reason, the epic enchanting materials are also super cheap. I think it's because of the fact that the Dark Moon decks are super cheap. There's all sorts of weird, quirky economy things that are going on. I think one of the more interesting ones that I only found out about a little bit earlier is that you can actually get the Dark Moon trinkets, which are eye level 577 for super cheap. I picked up a couple extras just because I'm wondering if Blizzard will nerf this, or if this is working as intended, right? I need to figure out which one's actually the best for my Windwalker, and I may need to pick up a couple. I may want to pick up a couple extras for alts as well, because a 577 Dark Moon trinket for $2,000 at the start of an expansion is ridiculous, right? That's just amazing. I mean, you'll see everything else in this eye level is selling for tens of thousands of gold. So that's a nice little eye level boost. Now, there were also some quests that do reward, I think, some necks, and like a neck and some rings and some other things. So we may do some of those quests on my main as well, just for the fun of it. I don't really care too much about gearing up, but hey, having more gear will make doing everything else a little bit easier, so it's not a bad idea, right? Like I said, mats are kind of all over the place, but I would definitely, you know, if you don't know what else to do, pick up herbalism, pick up mining, fly around for a little bit of time, and you'll make some gold. Later on in the stream, we may actually hop onto my evoker and do some mat farming. I haven't farmed mats actively in I don't know how long. I did some casual gathering in Dragonflight in the last couple of weeks, just because I wanted to max out mining on my paladin while I was doing other world content. But yeah, that aside, WoW tokens are also super cheap. So if you have been sitting on a bunch of gold, probably not a bad idea to pick up some tokens now, or potentially even tomorrow once the main expansion launches. I'm probably going to do that, right? I generally pay for my subscription with just plain old cash, mainly because I value WoW gold more than I value real life gold. Sort of for right now, right? Like I feel like it takes, yeah, it's really up to you whether you want to use up WoW tokens to get yourself your game time, or if you just want to pay cash. I tend to do that, but I do like having battle.net balance to do fun things like pick up the store mounts, or let's see what else is on the shop right now. I suppose you could do the level 70 boosts as well. You could buy, to have more alts to do your shuffles and use up the concentration on. But things like the cosmic weapon cache, or potentially we may want to pick up this as well. I do quite like this mount. I don't remember if we get the rune-bound Fire Lord in retail, or if that's exclusively in Cataclysm. Where is it? Oh, we have it set to, let's reset all filters, shall we? Reset default filters. This add-on is nice, but it's not quite doing everything I need it to do. Fire Lord, Blazing Heroic Pack. All right, let's just check this out on. Getting distracted. Rune-bound Fire Lord. Okay, yeah, so I think this is a retail mount, right? In which case I do want to snag this while I still can. And I'll need to buy 2 tokens for this. So it's about a 500,000 gold mount. Let me add that to my to-do list, because I do want to pick this up before it goes away. And I think it also gives us a little boost for our, what do you call it, for Cataclysm Classic, which I don't see myself playing anytime in the next couple of months, but Blazing Heroic Pack. Let's see here. I do wish that the in-game thing was a bit clearer about what we get. I do kind of like this as well. I think I've just seen Mantheus wearing it on all of his streams, and so it is kind of funny and cute. I think I have most of the ooh, I like this one. I do like this mount. I do want to pick up this at some point as well. I mean, I have a decent amount of the store mounts that I've just bought with gold. I haven't paid any actual real life cash for any of these. But with all of these, now I am tempted to just wait until they show up on the friggin' what do you call it? On the trading post, because we now know that at some point or the other they are going to show up, right? All right, let's see here. What are the 2? The Blazing Heroic Pack is why is it showing it to me in my local currency? I think we're set to EU, that's why. All right, let's do us.battle.net. Blazing Epic upgrade is $79.99. What do we get with that makes it that valuable? For Cataclysm Classic, oh, a level 80 character boost and a 30 days of game time? Dude, what? Is that just because the Blazing Heroic Pack is discounted or something? Because, I mean, the only things that I really care about from here is the mount. Right, the mount is sick. That in and of itself is worth 500,000 gold to me. What's the Avatar of Flame mount? What does that look like? Is that just what it's called in Cataclysm, maybe? The Cataclysm version is called... I think this is the Cataclysm mount, and this is the retail mount, is the point here. It is always weird to me when they do these bundles and you get... stuff in retail. Though I guess that's the point. They're trying to attract retail players over to Classic, which seems odd. But I guess this probably dropped with the launch of Cataclysm, and so that's why they were thinking of doing that. But anyway, so we got to do the Blazing Heroic thing. The mounts, I'll probably want to wait until these are on discount in any case. Pets, toys, whatever else you're interested in. Oh, this actually comes with the pet and the mount, which is always nice. So yeah, this may pick up, or I may just wait. I may just wait until like the summer sale or the Black Friday sale or whatever, and we do it then. Time Walker's Hearthstone, Eternal Traveler's Hearthstone. We have all those. Magical Morpher. Transmorpher Beacon. Oh, I need to go pick this up off the trading post because I don't think I picked it up. I think it's up this week. All right. Let's see here. Where's the trading post? I think it's by the Flight Master. Still getting my way, or finding my way around Dornogal. I did play on the beta a little bit, probably not as much as I should have.
Welcome to the trading post.
Let's see what they have on offer. I do like these blades, but I got the gold version off of that gold vendor that I posted a little video of. And so I'm probably not going to bother picking these up. Ooh, I do like that this set kind of matches with the Storm Rider set, right? Like these are the weapons to equip with that. I may have to freeze one of these. How am I doing on Trader's Tender? I don't have a huge amount. So the thing is, I know that this is supposed to be the one that goes with the monk set, right? But I don't particularly like any of these weapons. I don't see myself using it. I have frozen it, but I think I'm going to remove the freeze just because I probably don't care about buying this enough. If you haven't done your trading post stuff, get over to the trading post, get both of these cool mounts, or at least freeze one of them if you don't have enough Trader Center to pick up both of them. I did post a short about this, but it's definitely something that's worth doing if you're a mount collector at all. The Ethereal Transmogrifier. Now I have my mount that already gives me this toy, so I may not bother picking it up. There's also two other mounts, formerly store mounts, the Celestial Steed and the Cinderbane Charger that you can get off the trading post this month if you haven't picked them up previously. Is there anything else that I really want to pick up on here? I'm tempted to pick up these, right? But there's two things that are keeping me from doing that. One, the fact that Blizzard had previously said that you wouldn't need to save Trader's Tender from month to month, and then did something like this where you only get 1,000 Trader's Tender per month, right? And each of these mounts cost 800 Trader's Tender, I believe. So you couldn't actually buy both of these in the same month unless you had some Trader's Tender saved up, which I feel like is kind of dishonest by Blizzard. So that's the main reason that I want to kind of hold on to some of this Trader's Tender, and I'm sure these will come back at some point. The fact that they have this returning items section is actually really nice in that it gives you, it reduces the FOMO that you have a lot of times with the trading post. But as I always say with FOMO in this game and in life, it's not FOMO if you don't care about what you're missing out on, right? Fear of missing out only applies if you care about the thing that you're going to miss out on. If not, if you're okay with it, it doesn't really matter. All right, that said, this is the catalyst. We don't have any use for that right now. I forgot what we were doing. All right, let's come back over to our Wowhead articles here. Yeah, so token prices we covered. Gathering, still GOAT tier for gold making. All right, the other change that they made between early access and retail is an actual like regular launch is actually a pretty big one, right? Basically, brand Bronzebeard, you could power level, especially if you were doing this with with multi-boxing. You could basically get people to, like, people were farming delves like crazy and being able to just completely supercharge their brand, which is kind of OP, right? I think Gingy was doing this. I'm basing that purely on the article that Wowhead has posted here with Gingy showing off a level 52 brand. Now, as always, don't assume that you can do anything that Gingy does. Gingy is just a beast, right? the guy's ridiculous in the best way. I mean, don't get me wrong. I say that entirely with respect, right? He has what, like 18 level 80s and has a level 52 brand. So that's not something that you are going to be able to do in any case, realistically speaking, unless you're, part of a race, the world first guild, and literally getting paid to play this game. which is probably the dream for a lot of us. But yeah, in any case, they have now hotfixed it, and so Bran is capped at level 15. Now this is super janky because of the fact that they didn't downgrade they didn't downgrade Bran for characters, like for players who did this. So that's kind of a little sus, right? It's not great, especially since people have been talking about how early access was pay to win. I mean, this is a very clear indication of that, right? If you had early access, you could take advantage of this. And now if you either you didn't exploit early and often. I don't know that this was particularly an exploit. I don't know if I would go as far as calling it an exploit. But certainly if you didn't take advantage of how broken this was early on, you are at a massive disadvantage, right? And it doesn't affect me too much because I don't really care all that much about delves or endgame content. But if you are in a Race to World First guild or something like that, where you are going to be relying on delves to get some of your gear, it is kind of broken that they've fixed this and they've not really downgraded anyone or, really made it so that you can catch up with this in any meaningful way. I'm guessing that they probably will do something for it, but that remains to be seen. Now, the last article that I wanted to touch on real quick here. Oh, hey, Sapna Malhotra. I was on for like an hour yesterday. And then I realized I was still a little bit burnt out from streaming for 12 hours on Friday. And so I decided to wrap up the stream early today and save all of my streaming energy for today so that we could go live as scheduled, as regularly scheduled. So that's what we're doing. So the last article I wanted to touch on is these Kej knowledge point books. These are super, super important because of the fact that they're one of the only books that you can farm more or less infinitely, right? You can easily get this for all of your alts because of the fact that it requires Kej, and Kej is a currency that you can more or less endlessly farm. Now, for the first knowledge point book, all the books cost 565 Kej. You basically come over to, the City of Threads. You will need to complete the campaign. Oh, thank you. That's sweet of you. I'm glad you were able to catch the stream today as well. But basically, you will need to complete the campaign in any case. You'll unlock the City of Threads. You'll be able to come in here. And then there are vendors in all of these. There are vendors for every single profession that will sell you a knowledge point book that'll give you 10 knowledge points, which is a huge amount. I'll go ahead and drop the link to this Wowhead article in the chat, just because it is that critical. But in terms of getting Kej, the absolute easiest way is that once you complete the campaign, you will get a decent amount of renown with the Severed Threads, and just by unlocking, I think it's rank. It's pretty early on, rank 3 with the Severed Threads. You'll get a little satchel off of the vendor once you hit level 80 that'll give you 750 Kej, and Kej is account tradable, and so you can just move it over to another alt if you've already gotten all the items with Kej that you want on your main. Beyond that, past that point, I think the best way to farm up Kej is basically there's a quest somewhere in the north here that'll ask you to complete the delve that you can do once per character. That'll give you another 150 or so Kej. And delves are pretty easy if you're doing them at tier 1, especially on a low level character, because of the fact that, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, scaling is super broken. Beyond that, let's quickly see if we can figure out ways to get more Kej. I think probably getting a little bit more Severed Threads renown will give us another one of these Kej wallets, which should give us another 750 Kej. And then at 10 renown, we'll get a large Kej wallet, which should hopefully be even more. So probably your best bets are completing that quest on multiple alts, as well as then just grinding Severed Threads renown. It's a little bit tougher because of the fact that during early access, we didn't have access to world quests in Azj-Kahet, right? The Azj-Kahet world quests are locked behind pacts, and pacts are something that are not going to be enabled until tomorrow. So probably from tomorrow onwards, we'll have a little bit of an easier time farming up Kej. Interestingly enough, though, the pacts are warband bound, which also kind of makes sense, right? It does tie into renown. It would be kind of OP if they allowed us to farm up Kej with 3 different factions at the same, to farm up renown with 3 different factions at each on each character, right? That would give a huge advantage to anyone who had 3 alts at level 80 versus someone who just plays on 1 character, which I think is not sort of what Blizzard wants to necessarily advantage you that much. All right, does it say anywhere here how to get more Kej? I suppose we can check the WoW head page and see if they say anything here. It looks like some mobs will drop them, right? There are some quests that you can get Kej as rewards from. These are Vizier quests. Where is the Delver's Call? This is the quest that I was talking about, the Delve quest. That'll give you 150 Kej each. And I think there should be a couple of other quests as well that do give you a decent amount of Kej that you can probably do. That are like side quests. Yeah, and I guess farming rares and elites as well in Ajkahet will be a good way to do that. But we'll do that mainly on our alts because of the fact that then we'll get experience as well and we'll be super OP. So with that said, we have like I said, we maxed out. Yeah, with that said, I think we're done looking at Wowhead articles for now. Let's get into the actual game. I don't know how much of our stream we just dedicated to that. Almost an hour that I've spent talking and not playing the game. So let's hop in here and let's actually get to playing the game, because I'm assuming that's what a lot of people are watching the stream for, or you know, that's what some of the very few people watching the stream are watching for. Let's not get too cocky, I suppose. All right, so what I've done for enchanting is I've basically done all of the first craft bonuses that aren't stupidly expensive, right? The rest of these are like 5 to 10,000 gold each. And so not super keen on doing any of those. I do need to push my enchanting further, more so just because I want to, right? It'll give us more skill. And enchanting is probably going to be the profession that I focus on my main, that I channel all of my artisan's acuity to, you know, that I'm going to prioritize. Which is not to say that I think jewel crafting is has less potential, because I think jewel crafting does have a lot of potential. But I think what we'll do right now real quick is we'll just do some crafting on our main, and then I'll hop over to probably my Death Knight, and we'll push tailoring, we'll push some of the other things that we want to do, and we'll farm up some renown. All right, let's take a look. Malleable bands, are these actually profitable? Is that what I'm seeing here? Because I know last night when I was crafting them, they were not, and it looks like they still aren't. They still very much aren't. I am curious if crafting them at higher item level is something that will be profitable. Let's see here. It looks like regardless of item level, right, even at 528, which is the maximum, they're only selling for about 5,000 gold. So unless we're able to acquire our crushed gemstones super cheap, there's not really a profit to be made. And even then, we'd probably make more gold by just selling the crushed gemstones. For jewel crafting, I haven't really decided on a spec just yet. But I think most likely the path I'm going to go down is the shaping tree. I think I'm probably going to focus on maxing out the quality of reagents I can churn out, and then also prospecting. I think I'm probably going to put a decent amount of knowledge points into prospecting. I need to find a build here. I haven't really quite figured out one yet, but I'm assuming that we should be able to get to about maybe 60 knowledge points without too much effort, right? Without too much sweatiness. At which point we'll definitely be able to max out, you know, both of these trees if we so choose, presuming that we can learn, you know, 2 of these subspecializations just by putting 20 points in here and then 15 and 15. So that's what, 50 points in all, which is not too bad to be able to max out, you know, some of the masonry and the glasswork, mainly because my hope is that in doing that, we are able to craft some of these basic reagents, especially like the gilded vial, right? There's going to be a lot of alchemists that need a lot of these. Let's see what happens if we do actually max out the talent tree here, right? Let's do that and that, and let's say we get some more points in jewel crafting, you know, just by first craft bonuses and things like that, right? Put 30 points in here, we said, or 15 points in here and 30 points in here, right? We equip the multi-craft tool, and yeah, we're already making 414 gold profit per craft by guaranteeing rank 2. Now I want to see what happens if we increase our skill, which we either do by, most likely we're not going to get a profession tool for this because we're channeling all of our artisan's acuity into enchanting, or at least that's what I plan on doing. But let's say we get some more skill from just leveling up our jewel crafting further, right? We need 147 skill, or if we use rank 3 materials, we need 66 more jewel crafting skill, which probably means that we can't actually guarantee the rank 3 versions of these, even using rank 3 materials. Now, I don't know if anyone's buying these for 9,500 gold, right? The Gilded Vials. I'm a bit skeptical about that. I could see people maybe buying the rank 3 versions of this. And this comes through masonry, right? These ones come through masonry. These two will come from glasswork, and this one too. Now here I could see us making some gold because of the fact that you do need these inverted prisms for a lot of the crafted equipment, or for a lot of the crafted gear, right? And also things like the Algari Amber Prism, which is probably also something that we should do because I believe there is a cooldown on this, unless I'm mistaken. But I don't think I am. I'm fairly certain there is a cooldown on this, and so we should probably go ahead and get this crafted on this character as well. Let's see here. If we use all rank 3 mats, it's going to cost us 40,000 gold. Oh, okay, that's kind of brutal. And then we would want to use up our concentration to guarantee it at rank, to move it to rank 3. Yeah, we probably want to use a resourcefulness tool for this. Oh, 25,000 gold is the best we can do. Maybe if we get our skill up a bit more. All right, let's see what we can do here. Cubic Blasphemia. This recipe is super easy to pick up. You pick it up off of Grifta next to the Black Market Auction House. Hey, Scope Killer. Thank you for the raid. What's up, Goldson? How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. I think that's literally my first raid. Welcome, 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 everyone. How's it going? How's everybody doing? Thank you so much, Scope Killer. Really, really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We are on the early access, and we are... Up. What's going on here? Oh, thank you so much for the follow as well. Really, really appreciate that. Welcome. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, Goldson. Goldson's being amazing so far. Thank you so much. All right, so we are on the early access of the War Within. We're in Kazalgar. I've gotten my main up to level 80, and so now we're actually looking at profession stuff. I've maxed. Well, I'm not maxed out. I've not maxed out anything, to be honest with you. I've gotten enchanting to level 63. Right, and my plan is to continue gathering as many first craft bonuses and knowledge points as I can. We got the cash book, and I'm sitting at about 52 knowledge points. I think I still need about another 8 to really go into one of the everlasting enchantment trees, which is, I think, going to be my strategy for my for enchanting on my main. And I think I'm going to also get the profession tools here so that I can start guaranteeing rank 3 crafts on at least a couple of these enchants, and then we'll gradually branch out into the others. Oh, thank you for the follow. Legendarism. I like the name. It's a little tough to pronounce, I'm not going to lie. Legendarism. But I like it. All right, let's see here. Witch Shuffle. No, the Profession Shuffle I can't do on my main, unfortunately. Because I've had jewel crafting and enchanting since Mists of Pandaria, and so I'm not in any mood to drop it. Which is kind of a little sad, right? I feel like I can't fully compete, at least with this character on either of the professions, just because I can't do the shuffle. But definitely on my alts, I'm probably going to do the shuffle on a couple of them. I haven't really done too much with the alt army. Have you, Golden, I'm guessing you've probably done a whole bunch of alt army stuff. I've really not been focusing on gold making all that much at all. Like my main has enchanting at 62 and jewel crafting is at like barely anything. I haven't spent a single knowledge point in jewel crafting at 54, right? Not super high. I would say the bulk of gold, I just pulled 32,000 gold out of the mailbox right then, and the bulk of that was like fishing and like random items that I crafted for leveling up. I got lucky because I accidentally picked up 2 of the formulas for the chance of burrowing rapidity. which were for some reason at one point selling for like 24 gold. I'm kicking myself that I didn't pick up more of them. I'm guessing they nerfed the drop rate or something crazy like that, because I accidentally picked up 2, and before I listed it on the auction house for super cheap, right, this formula right here, the prices shot up to 20,000 gold, and I managed to sell one of them for 20k, which was amazing. Definitely one of the best flips that I've done completely by accident, right? You can see here I picked one up for 21 gold and one up for 50 gold, and then sold it for 18 gold. So I think that's the biggest like single item gold that I've made in the War Within so far, completely by accident, which is kind of hilarious. Oh my god, we have 10 people watching live. Welcome everyone. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed by how many people we have watching the stream. I'm so excited right now. Thank you so much, Scope Killer. I really appreciate that. Thank you, man. That's amazing. And thank you, Goldson, for asking or recommending him to do that. All right, I feel like the pressure is now on. In any case, so with enchanting, I mean, I got to skill level 62 because that's when you get the patron work orders. What else have I got? Sorry, Goldson, I'm not entirely certain what you mean there. So, yeah, so I unlocked the patron work orders. I did one of them, and I think I'm gonna do the second one as well, simply because of the fact that both of these items themselves are worth about 18,000 gold in and of themselves. Now, I was under the understanding that patron crafting orders were completely disabled during early access. It looks like instead, what they've done is they're giving us augment runes instead of knowledge point items or artisan's acuity, which I think is a pretty interesting little change. In any case, yeah, I think we will go ahead and complete this crafting order as well. I was tempted to keep this until after reset because I am wondering if this patron crafting order will swap over to something that gives us, artisan's acuity or knowledge point items. What do you think, Goldson? I feel like you're doing a lot more of these. Yeah, so you can basically see these once you hit skill level 62. I'm not sure why 62 is the breakpoint, but basically at 62 skill in whatever profession, you'll have 2 profession crafting orders up for you. Now, enchanting is the easiest one because with enchanting in general, the first 20 knowledge points you get, you're going to want to put into ephemerals, enrichments, and equipment, and then unlock the deceptive decorations tree. Because basically by putting 20 points in here, you'll actually you'll learn 22 recipes. So you'll put in 20 knowledge points into this talent tree, and you'll get back 22. So it's a no-brainer to do this. The other reason you want to do it is because most, if not all, of the crafting orders that you're going to get for enchanting, definitely the easiest ones to complete are going to be these Gleeful Glamour ones, right? The other crafting order that I got, the patron had actually included all the mats. So I basically just spent something like 40 concentration and got back like 18,500 gold worth of mats, right? And if you're doing this... well, I was gonna say if you unlock them at a lower skill, you may even get some skill ups, but that doesn't work because of the fact that you need to have 62 skill in order to unlock them as well. So other than enchanting, I've started leveling up jewel crafting. I need to push through to 62. Unfortunately, jewel crafting and enchanting feel like the most expensive professions to level up. Yeah, other than that, I've pushed tailoring. We're gonna hop over to my Death Knight in a bit, who has tailoring and leatherworking, and we're gonna do some profession stuff on him as well. I want to push tailoring to the point that we can do crafting orders on that as well, and probably leatherworking as well. I've leveled up engineering a decent bit as well. I used up all of my Ceravite bolts to unlock all of those talent trees. The thing with engineering is I didn't realize that the prototypes you get, if you use them, you get the recipe that they're for. So like a moron, I was disassembling all of my prototypes And I thought the only way to get more recipes was by getting the little knowledge papers. So that wasn't great. I probably could have saved myself a lot of Ceravite bolts by not doing that or having understood that mechanic better. The funny part is I did actually test out engineering on the beta, so somehow that completely missed my radar. But yeah. You bought the engineering mount? 3.1 million gold. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted. I was tempted to pick that up, especially because my engineer learned the recipe. So I was like, well, if I buy the mats, I can probably also get the first time bonus. I may proc resourcefulness on it, so like it may pay for itself or whatever. But yeah. Did you go? You were gonna go? Yeah, I mean, weapon oils I think will be good, but again, weapon oils expecting that the bulk of that demand will probably be, you know, once the season actually begins. And so my thinking is that right now I want to focus on items that will have a lot of demand now. And you're probably right in that going enchanting tools is with the tool enchants is probably the better way to go right now, right? Where is it? Where are which talent tree are the profession tools under? I think this is chest, this is profession tools, right? This one. Yeah, I think that's probably a good call. That may actually be what I do as well. Because that's where I expect the most demand will be right now, right? Right now, a bunch of people care about their professions. I don't know that anyone's buying like weapon enchants or at least buying the rank 3 versions of like weapon enchants and all that other stuff. I think the demand for that will probably come with the start of the season. Oh, all right. Thank you so much again, Scope Killer. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for joining by, for the follow. And thank you to everyone else who's joined the stream as well. Welcome, everyone. I'm super excited to have everyone joining us. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know how early access has been for you, or if you didn't get early access, what you're most excited for to do first thing once regular access is live. Yeah, jewel crafting does seem super expensive. So much so that I've also low-key been tempted to gather some myself. But let's see. Oh, you managed to find someone who bought the mats for you? Yeah, that's not too bad then. That's not too bad. I guess his profit was probably if he proc resourcefulness and also the 3 skill points. And potentially, I'm guessing the first craft bonus as well, some of the artisan's acuity as well. Goldson, tell me, for the characters that you're doing the artisan's acuity shuffle on, are you picking up enchanting? Because I feel like this tree alone, right? It's not particularly cheap, but you can easily get an extra 110 artisan's acuity. I feel like you can easily get an extra 110 artisan's acuity per character by just doing this and getting the first craft bonus, because of the fact that all 22 of the recipes that you get from here don't count as, I mean, they're not trainer recipes. You actually get 5 artisan's acuity from the first craft bonus. And so it's a great way to pick up an extra 110 artisan's acuity. It's not particularly cheap because each of those first crafts are 800 gold, and you also need to get to 25 enchanting knowledge or 25 enchanting skill in order to be able to even unlock the tree. But I mean, it's definitely an easy way to get some more artisan's acuity. And so if you really wanted to min-max, I feel like it's sort of mandatory, because 110 artisan's acuity is nothing to sneeze at, right? If you do that and then you do some of the crafting orders, that's another recipe that you can pick up on your enchanter, which is pretty OP. You're not doing the shuffle at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm also in two minds. I feel like it's going to be very expensive, and I feel like it's going to be very laborious. And it's never, like, I'm never going to feel good about unlearning a profession that I've spent time and energy and gold on, right? And also with the amount of alts that we all have, I feel like it's going to be very sweaty. Hold up, you did 80 tailors and alchemists? Jeez, talk about sweaty. Although I guess it doesn't take that long, right? I was watching Zanzerful's video, and I think he was able to get tailoring set up on most of his alts in like 10 minutes. I mean, with 80 alts, that's still 800 minutes. Oh, but you already bought all the reagents? Wait, what's the idea of? Although I guess if you're okay, so I'm guessing I'm guessing the logic is that since they nerf tailoring rates, you're expecting that cloth prices will go up, and so that's why you're sort of hedging against the mat prices going up. Is that the idea? Yeah, so legendarism, basically they nerfed it so that you don't get artisan's acuity from the first crafts for anything that you pick up off the trainer, right? So you can't just sit in Dornigal and unlock, like you, just by swapping out the professions, you won't get any artisan's acuity that way. The main way that the artisan's acuity shuffle is going to work right now is that you will basically pick up a profession, right? You'll do the first craft bonuses for knowledge points and for knowledge points and to get more skill, right? And then once you have enough skill, you'll be able to do patron crafting orders, right? Which will ideally give you either some artisan's acuity or give you some of the oh, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I just realized that Nimajin also followed us. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. But basically, the shuffle that you'll want to do on your alts, the new way that the Artisan's Acuity shuffle works is basically you'll pick up a profession, you'll do the first craft bonuses for knowledge points, and then you'll do things like unlock recipes that you can pick up either directly from from the talent trees here, because those ones will actually give you Artisan's Acuity. So an example would be, let's say you have an alt, right? You pick up enchanting. What you're going to want to do is basically get them to 25 skill, right? Do all of your first craft bonuses so you have as many knowledge points as possible, but you only really need 20 knowledge points to get 110 Artisan's Acuity. This is not even engaging with the crafting order system or with any other sources, but just by putting 5 points in here and then 15 points in here, you will get 22 recipes that will each give you Artisan's Acuity on the first craft bonus. Exactly, Goldson. So it basically works out free. In terms of time gated content, it's definitely not free when it comes to gold, because like I was looking at earlier, I think on my main alone I've spent about 50,000 gold in the past day, and the bulk of that was just on enchanting. I haven't really spent too much gold on leveling up jewel crafting just yet, but yeah, here we spent 72,000 gold, and the bulk of that is about 35,000 gold on Storm's Dust. So it's definitely not cheap, and it's not free in terms of gold, but the 20 knowledge points you'll get from that, you'll get 110 Artisan's Acuity, which is almost enough to pick up another recipe, which you can definitely make more than 40,000 gold with any of the 150 Artisan's Acuity recipes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm sitting at, I was actually at almost 31 million gold, and then I spent a bunch of gold on mounts and different things. And so then I got back down to about 29 and a half. Well, is this showing me on all of my characters? Because I was almost back at 30 million gold again. And then, of course, the past day or two I've been spending a decent amount on just leveling up War Within professions. But yeah. Yeah, that's a good call. Picking up the mats ahead of time. I kind of wish that I had done that as well. Now that you mention it. Oh, thank you. I mean, 30 million gold, to be fair, is just because I barely spent anything in Dragonflight, right? In Dragonflight, I spent a lot of time getting gold, but I didn't really spend it much on anything. I picked up, I think the most expensive thing I bought during Dragonflight, let's see here. I mainly reinvested. But in terms of expenses, I think the biggest item that I spent on was the gold resonating crystal, right? At 1.2 million gold, and then a couple of the other items from the gold vendor that's going away. So quick reminder there as well. If you haven't picked up these items, hit up Miss Julian. She's next to the black market auction house in Dragonflight, just underneath the daycare. Funnily enough, they put the black market auction house underneath the daycare in Valdrakken, right? So Little Scales daycare just underneath here. If you fly underneath, you'll have Miss Julian, who sells all of these items for gold, and she's actually going away at the end of August. after which all of her items are only going to show up on the black market auction house. And if you like me are hoping to one day grab the Long Boy auction house mount, you know how much of a death sentence it is for your hopes and dreams to try and snag anything on the black market auction house. I would definitely recommend picking up these items as soon as possible. Nibajin, yeah, it's very much doable, especially at the start of an expansion. You can definitely push a lot of gold, right? I was saying earlier in the stream, I think Mantheus was covering this on his stream as well. At this point, the best gold making advice is literally just go do anything. Like, there's more or less nothing in the game that you can do right now that will not earn you gold in one way or another. If you're farming delves, you'll get some mats from that. At a certain point, I actually want to run a delve later on the stream. Because of the fact that my brain has finally unlocked the gathering tools ability. And I'm not certain, but I'm fairly certain that means that he will mine and herb and skin things in the delves, unless I'm mistaken. Has anyone tried that out yet? Because I feel like I remember it working that way when I tried out the delves on the beta. Was that once he unlocked gathering tools, if there was like a mining, if there was like an ore node or herbs or whatever, Bran would stop, gather it, and just give me the mats, either right then and there or at the end of the delve. But I will run a delve at some point in the stream, maybe on one of my alts, and see if that's a nice little way to get some additional mats as well, you know, while we're doing everything else. But yeah, so I mean, if that works, you know, with delves, you'll be getting greens. You'll get some crafting mats along the way. You'll get some of the blue items from the end of the delve and stuff like that. If you're running dungeons, you'll get greens along the way. You'll have, you know, if you have tailoring and inscription, cloth and Dark Moon cards will drop. The Dark Moon cards, I think, are less of an incentive than they were initially. I was absolutely flabbergasted to see how cheap the Dark Moon decks are. I'm actually thinking of picking up a couple of them because I do wonder if Blizzard is going to nerf the drop rates on those, or if that's working as intended, right? It is kind of crazy that Dark Moon decks in general at the start of an expansion are selling for as cheap as they are, right? 2 to 3K. I mean, the most expensive one is 5K. It's ridiculous how cheap they're selling right now. Inscription and if inscription and tailoring are so good, yeah, I think tailoring is still going to always be amazing because of the fact that in the War Within, cloth only really drops for tailors, right? In every single expansion going back to vanilla, cloth was always the cheapest, I mean, material, simply because of the fact that everyone got cloth, right? Cloth dropped for everyone. The War Within is the first time that tailors have a tremendous advantage in farming up cloth. And so I think if you're planning on doing any sort of world content or dungeons, stuff like that, tailoring is going to be great for that, right? It's going to be a great way to make some passive gold. The inscription, the logic behind picking up inscription on characters that you were planning on playing a lot was that you would, you know, have a higher chance to have like Dark Moon cards drop for you. The fact that the cards are selling for so cheap is probably a factor of two things. One, it's probably the cards are probably not as rare as we thought they would be, and so that's probably why it's not as valuable. And second of all, probably because someone like Student Albatross and you know, some of the other like farmer content creators probably talked up a lot what you know, how much gold you could make with inscription. And so that's probably the other reason that like all of the 2x4s, all of the other crazy farms that people have been doing, you know, there's been a lot of cards that have been generated that way, and that's why prices have come down so much on that. So inscription, a little bit more skeptical on, but that said, at this stage of the expansion, there are no bad choices. Every single profession will make gold. It just comes down to, you know, A, how optimal it's going to be for making gold right now, and then B, and more importantly, how optimal is it going to be for making gold once the season actually starts, and once we have regular live launch tomorrow or tonight, I guess, for me, and today for anyone who's watching from North America. I think the most important consideration is that, like, which is going to be the most optimum once the season starts and once prices start to normalize for things. Right now, there's very little that you can do that won't make gold. Apparently, other than leveling, enchanting, and jewel crafting, which are the two things that I'm trying to do right now. Does that seems to be the one thing that I can't make gold with is leveling up the professions that I want to level up. So it is what it is. 2 million gold from early access release for the decks. Yeah, that honestly that doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Tailoring enchanting is a good call. Tailoring enchanting is a good call. My main just happens to have enchanting, and so I was disenchanting a lot of the items that I started with. I could have probably made a little bit more gold if I had gone into the designated disenchanter tree before disenchanting all of my like quest greens and blues and stuff like that. But I made the mistake of doing that in Dragonflight, and I was really, really upset because very quickly I ran out of items to disenchant, and I don't really do a lot of dungeons or 2x4 farms or any of that kind of stuff, at least not on my main. And so very quickly I was at a point where I had bought out the auction house on all of the greens and blues that I needed. Well, all the greens that I needed. The blue items were not worth much, right? The blue items in all these expansions, because of the fact that tailors and leatherworkers and blacksmiths craft so many of those blue items while leveling up, you don't really have too much of a difficulty acquiring the blue enchanting materials, and the epics were just too expensive at the time. And so I was burnt really badly at Dragonflight, during Dragonflight, which is why I've completely avoided this enchanting tree. But if you are doing a bunch of 2x4 farms, it's not a bad idea to go into this designated disenchanter tree, and probably max out like the uncommon utilitarian. My understanding is the 2x4s are dropping ridiculous amounts of greens. I think they've nerfed it a little bit, but not a huge amount, and so there's probably still a good amount of gold to be made there. And then also just disenchanting in general, you'll be able to generate more of those rank 3 materials, which people like me who are spending a lot more time at the auction house will be more than happy to purchase from you at very, very high prices. Yeah, I was also pretty surprised to see the fact that, at least on North American realms, and I'm assuming it would be the exact same for EU, because why wouldn't it be, the epic what is it, not shards, the epic crystals are super cheap, right? Like these are almost Dragonflight prices, both for the rank 1s and, more surprisingly, the rank 2s. And I was trying to figure out how people were getting epics that they could disenchant for as much gold, that they could disenchant to get these materials. It's crazy to me that the rank 3 refulgent crystals are at 4,500 gold. That is insanely cheap. That is insanely cheap for an expansion that literally just dropped. And my only thinking is that it's probably people who have maxed out their disenchanting tree, right, have put all of their points into epic escalations, and then are just bulk disenchanting those trinkets, which is also probably another decent way to make a good bit of gold, right? Again, I'm not 100% certain that Blizzard isn't going to do something to nerf the Dark Moon decks, though at the same point, they may not care. It may be the intention that these Dark Moon decks are super cheap and are super accessible for everyone, simply because of the fact that this isn't the end goal, right? It's not like this item will be your BIS. This is very much a pre-Spark BIS, if anything. I think it's probably super powerful. I haven't actually checked like WoW had BIS lists. I don't know if they have one for pre-season start or for early access BIS list. Like if they have an early access BIS list, I doubt they went to that much effort. I'm guessing that the if there is a BIS list out right now, it's probably for pre-season. In any case, the point is that with the Dark Moon decks, this isn't the end game. You'll convert this into a, what do you call it? Not an optional reagent, oh my god, why am I blanking so hard on the phrase here? Also because I'm looking at enchanting, and the item I'm looking for is with jewel crafting. You'll convert it into a, oh my god, why am I blanking so hard on the name? Jeez, give me 1 second here. Malleable pendant, not empower. not secondary stat. No. I'm looking at the wrong items here. An embellishment. Oh my god. Dang near lost my mind trying to remember the word for that. Yeah, you'll be converting these into embellishments anyway, and then you'll add it to a spark based item. So maybe that is why Blizzard wants to have these basic decks pretty cheap, because of the fact that not too many people are actually going to end up using this for much longer once the season actually starts. Right? They're valuable right now, but the second the season starts, these are going to be not valued all that much, and so it could be the case that Blizzard plans on keeping these nice and cheap, which look, I'm pretty happy for, because it means that whenever I do decide to start making, the higher level enchants, I'll be able to get my crystals nice and cheap. So I'm hoping that they don't fix that, and I can take advantage of the fact that the epic crystal the epic crystals are super cheap. All right. With that said, I'm probably going to take a quick break right here and just try and get my head on right. I don't know why I'm blanking on words so badly. The BIS lists, well, I know that generally WoWhead releases them. I'm not sure if they have released one for all of the stats here yet. Well, they have released this. Yeah, okay, so they have, yeah, they have. So just basically on WoWhead, if you come up to the classes section, and then they have BIS lists for every single spec. And if you really want to take it to the next level, you can probably go to something like Raider.io and look up what the most popular classes and specs are on your realm, and try and cater to that market. Although, again, I tend to not do that generally because of the fact that if you have, let's say your server for whatever reason has way more marksmanship hunters than your average server, there's probably a lot of other people who are specifically catering to, marksmanship hunters. And so I think profits kind of average out, right? Like the market can be quite efficient in allocating in that way. So I generally tend not to do that, but it's definitely a good idea to keep an eye on BIS lists, at least for your own spec. If you play a more popular spec, that's probably something you may be doing in any case. And so here you'll be able to see, which trinkets and stuff are popular. I do want to see where the Dark Moon trinkets sort of land up here. I don't know if they've mentioned embellishments here. It looks like the crafting notes aren't out yet, and so we don't have the embellishment BIS data yet. I don't know when that will come. I don't know if people are already able to run these, like the what do you call it, the simulations, to figure out what's going on. Weapon oils might do better since the sharpening stones use null stones. Yeah, null stones are still pretty pricey if I'm not mistaken, right? I guess the oils don't use really, I mean, they're pretty cheap to craft, relatively speaking. I think I actually did the first craft, I think I used up some concentration to make myself a little bit of a profit on this. I think, yeah, without even putting any talent points into anything that would necessarily benefit me with the mana oil. Let's see if I sold those though. I did. I sold some Algari mana oils at rank 2 purely by using up concentration. This is without any talents, like any skill put into oils. So yeah, I mean, even if you're not planning on doing the oils, this could be an early way to make a little bit of gold for yourself, is just using up, I mean, 69 concentration. Nice. And presumably you could even do maybe a little bit better if you... Oh, hold up. Wait a minute now. I can guarantee rank 3 Algari mana oils by using better quality mats. Should we do this? I may do this just for the kicks and gigs of finally crafting something at quality 3. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Mythic 0 lockouts going to daily. That probably means that there's going to be a slight increase in consumables. No? I don't know. I haven't run Mythic Plus well, I don't know that I've ever run... Actually, no. I think the last time I ran Mythic Plus that I can remember was maybe as far back as Legion. Potentially there was something during BFA. Potentially I ran a couple during BFA. but I last really remember doing it during Legion. And yeah, in any case, I would assume that if people can do their lockouts daily, it may be an increase in all the consumables. That would kind of make sense, right? You'd expect them to be running them more frequently at the very least, which probably means they need more of the consumables. Yeah, Golds and I agree with you. I was watching K-Check earlier as well, and he was also talking about this, and I was talking about it earlier on stream before we had the raid as well, that I think probably it may seem a little bit counterintuitive, but actually spending your Artisan's Acuity on some of these recipes that only come from Artisan's Acuity is probably going to be a very wise choice because of the fact that the barrier to entry is a lot higher. I think a lot of people are going to go down the path of using their Artisan's Acuity to grab profession tools and focus on a lot of these trader recipes, like a lot of these trainer recipes and stuff like that, which probably means there's going to be a lot of competition and probably means there's not going to be that much in the way of margins on them. Whereas, and also because of the fact that even if you haven't fully optimized this, you're going to have competition from people who just use up concentration. And so they may only craft 4 or 5, but that's still enough to, spread out over the entire player base. That's still more than enough to bring the overall price of those down. Versus if you pick a recipe that, requires Artisan's Acuity to purchase in the first place, you're going to have less competition and probably significantly less competition, right? Let's see if we can find one of those. Do these weapon enchants require Artisan's Acuity? In either way, I don't think weapon enchants would be the best way to go about doing that. I think you're probably going to be better served by doing something like, if I decide to spend my Artisan's Acuity on recipes, it'll probably be something like a boot enchant or something like that. Just because I think they're probably going to have a little bit less focus than some of the, high visibility or like more popular sort of I feel like everyone thinks about making big gold with weapon enchants or whatever it is. And I think a lot of times, it's within, it's in those little cracks, right? The riches are in the niches. Like you're going to make a lot more gold by picking a niche and really doubling down into it. I think is going to be, it was the case in Dragonflight, and I think it's even more so the case in the War Within. I think they've only doubled down on those systems. And I was talking earlier about the fact that I really like that they have made all of the decisions feel very meaningful in the War Within. Yeah, exactly, Galton. That's what I'm saying. I feel like a lot of people view it as what's the word I'm looking for? Like a prestige enchant, right? Like weapon enchants are the prestige enchant. They have all of the shine. They sell for the most gold, and so everyone's like, "Oh, I'm gonna. That's how I'm gonna make big gold is by doing the weapon enchants," which is why I think there'll be the most competition. That said, I do like that the weapon enchants are kind of gated in that some of them are just drop items and stuff like that. But even here, right, even if you get one of these items to drop for you, you're really going to have to think about whether you want to use it yourself or you want to list it on the auction house and get, an easy 800 to $1 million gold for them. As opposed to whether or not you think that you want to invest that much more gold to try and make back that 800,000 gold. Now, I'm not saying that those recipes aren't worth 800,000 gold. What I'm saying is that you'll probably have to invest a lot more in materials and a lot of time, energy, and investment, and you'll have to do some AHPVP to move significant volumes of those. At which point, I would much rather just take $1 million gold for the recipe and let someone else deal with that, and then pick up the recipe once it's cheaper, or if I'm able to snipe it at a lower price on another realm. And even then, even if I do manage to snipe it on another realm at a lower price, I may just turn around and flip it anyway, and focus on things that have less competition and that there's going to be less AHPVP required for. Nimogen, so Artisan's Acuity is the new version of Artisan's Metal, but it's kind of more important and less important in some ways. It's less important in that you can't convert it into Illustrious Insight to guarantee better craft. So it's less valuable in that sense. It's more valuable in that there's a lot more recipes that you need it for, and I don't believe in for as far as my recollection goes in Dragonflight, not all of the knowledge books required Artisan's Acuity, whereas in the War Within, other than the ones that you can pick up for cash, the knowledge books that you could pick up for cash, even the ones that you unlock with Renown do actually require Artisan's Acuity to actually purchase them. and the fact that all of the renowned recipes as well require artisan's acuity. So it is a lot more valuable in that sense, but it's not as valuable in terms of you can't use it to guarantee higher quality items, which is overall I think a better change, right? Because you ended up in a lot of situations where I mean I think, let's see, I don't know if I have any artisan's acuity left on this dude, but I like for certain professions, I literally still have artisan's metal. Yeah, my alchemist for whatever reason still is sitting on 1200 artisan's acuity, right? And that's a character that is that has alchemy and inscription. Admittedly, I didn't spend too much time on those professions. My blacksmith has like 1000, right? And the expansion's over. I just never really figured out a good use of them for certain professions. And so I think the concentration system is better. It's more versatile, and it's a bit more flexible for whatever your requirements are. Never mind the fact that it makes alt armies just ridiculously overpowered. All right, with that said, I'm going to take a quick little break. The timer will say 5 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to take the full 5. I may be back a little bit sooner. But thank you so much if you're watching live. And thank you to everyone who dropped a follow. Really, really appreciate it. All right, let's take a quick little break, and I'll be back in a couple. See you guys. All right, so we are back. The anticipation. Like I said, I'll be back before the timer ends. I also need to update my Twitch follower goal for August, I guess, because we smashed that. Thank you so much, everyone who followed. And thank you, everyone who's watching live. Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. Let me know if you're playing early access, if you're waiting for the regular release, and if so, what you're most excited to get to first. I'm having an absolute blast. I agree with you, Goldson. I don't know the last time that I spent so much time playing WoW, and I haven't even been going that hard, right? I streamed for like 12 hours straight on Friday, and then I think I played a little bit on Saturday. I was busy with some family stuff, and then yesterday I more or less spent the entire day playing. Yeah, I only streamed for like an hour of that yesterday, but yeah, I've been recording a little bit of stuff as well. I need to sit down and edit. There's just so much fun stuff to do in the game that I like. Opening up Resolve and editing my own voice is not something that I'm super stoked for. Yeah, dude, you were calculating with what, like 16 hours a day. I'm happy to hear that you're excited to set up a daily routine that's gonna require that much effort, though. 80 alts is wild. I think I finally ended up with like 35 or 36 level 70s, and I'm already a little bit nervous about how I'm gonna get all of my like chores done and all of them, but we'll see. All right, enough of me ranting. Let's actually do something in the game now. All right, first things first, I need to pick up some dust so that we can finish off the patron crafting order that we had. And then I think I am gonna craft some of those rank 3 weapon oils, or the mana oils, just to see if we can actually sell them for that much. I doubt I'm going to figure out my entire enchanting build in the next 24 hours, so I'm not too worried about using up some concentration right now if it means some quick early gold. And the mana oil seems as good as anything, right? Because we can already guarantee them at rank 3 with the low level of enchanting that we already have by just using up 187 concentration, which isn't all that much. I have all the green tools. I'm in two minds. Because on one hand, I'm like, probably the best move is going to be for me to pick up the recipe for where is it? The epic profession tool for enchanting, right? And either pick up ingenuity, the rune nullstone, right? This recipe costs 150 artisan's acuity. I can easily pick that up on an alt that I pick up enchanting on just to grab this recipe, right? And then craft it for my main. We use up 400 artisan's acuity, and we get a massive 329 of the random stat. Plus, we get 10 bonus. We get 10 bonus skill, right, above what everyone else is gonna have, assuming everyone's using green profession tools, which is not a fair assumption, but one I'm gonna make in any case. Plus, we get the 1% concentration reduction. Not a huge deal, but every little bit helps. And so that's one option I'm considering is using up the artisan's acuity I have on my main to just pick up this this tool and then be done with it, and then we can gradually start paying it off. It's gonna be expensive, and I'll definitely use my alt's concentration to max out whatever rank I can craft this for myself at. But I think that may be a good call, right? That may not be a terrible idea. Also, because let's say we are able to get it to about rank 2 or 3, 382 of whichever stat we pick is going to make a huge difference. Now that said, I think I do need to also figure out what stat I would want to put on it. But I'm not, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd probably want to go with resourcefulness, but there may be a case to be made for ingenuity as well. I mean, ideally it would be resourcefulness, because most likely if I'm doing that because I've spent my knowledge points in such a way that that I'm able to guarantee rank 3 crafts using rank 3 materials or lower level materials in the worst case scenario. In the worst case scenario, I'd have to use rank 3 materials, and so resourcefulness is probably going to give me the best bang for my buck. The only question is that a better option than picking up one of these other recipes that require Artisan's Acuity, just because there's going to be a lot less competition. And so I can use up Concentration to guarantee them at rank 3, hopefully. Right, I can use up Concentration to craft some of them at rank 3, but even without Concentration, I can guarantee them at rank 2 and make some gold there. Right, and the rank 2 enchants I can churn out pretty much indefinitely, right? Because I'm not using up Concentration. I'm literally just what do you call it? Yeah, I'm literally just crafting them with base skills, like just with actual skill. Now I do need to max out my enchanting. So maybe we do that now. I think the cheapest recipe that has skill ups for us. First of all, let's see what else we have first craft bonuses for. I mean, nothing else that we can acquire super easily, right? I do need to grab some of these crest recipes, because I know these are dropping in early access as well. According to Wowhead comments, at least, people have been able to pick up the Weathered Harbinger crest recipe, and so that'll be a first craft bonus, and that'll also give us some skill ups. And I expect, especially with everything coming out tomorrow or tonight or in a couple of hours, basically the actual regular launch, you know, there'll be a lot of the other crests that are coming out as well, and so having any of these recipes early on will be a decent bit of gold just from crafting orders alone. So I need to do some more content that'll give me that. Let's see if there's any other recipes that are easy enough for us to pick up. I mean, this will pick up on an alt, but that won't really help us with our main too much, right? 150, 100. I mean, this is through the specializations. I mean, look, we're gonna learn some gated recipes just by putting points into whichever of these trees that we pick. And I'm not gonna lie, Goldson, I may copy you and go down the profession tool enchants for 2 reasons. One, because I think there's gonna be a lot of demand for that even between now and when the season starts. And my hope is that, you know, I can, once I've maxed this out, in, you know, with all the other knowledge point sources that we'll have coming later today, as well as the ones that we'll get from next week's lockout, I should be able to then probably go into either, like I said, weapon enchants I'm skeptical on, but I should be able to probably get at least another 20 knowledge points next week, and I can then start doing chest enchants. Or if I get really, really gutsy with it, I can probably go with you know, putting more points into this base specialization and start focusing on some other enchants as well. So yeah, I may do that. I may do that because some of these, like this chant of, not this one, sorry, the where do we get the profession tool enchants from? Actually, that's a good point. Oh, I would need 150 artisan's acuity for each of these. I mean, ingenuity we get off of the talent tree itself. But as a result, we can see that the ingenuity one, the rank 2s, are already a little bit cheaper than all of the ones that cost artisan's acuity, which is kind of interesting. And the ring enchants are kind of interesting. The radiant ones. Now these recipes will be super expensive. Challenger's Cache in the Dawnbreaker, or Prioress Merprey. Are these already on the auction house? Oh, okay, Goldson. 10 p.m. Yeah, fair enough. Good night, man. Thank you so much for dropping by, and thank you so much for asking. For asking. Sorry, I'm blanking on names right now. Scope Killer for the raid. I really, really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the support and love. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm excited to see what video you're working on for tomorrow, because your content's been amazing so far. All right, let's see here. Cursed enchants will also drop off of the weekly recaps. Yeah, those are always interesting to watch. So now my hope for these enchanting recipes is that running dungeons on my alts will help us pick up, like we'll have some of these recipes drop for us. And then it would sort of be the best of both worlds, because we would have some enchants that We would have some recipes. Oh, why is this so cheap? All right, let's go ahead and pick this up as well. That's definitely a first craft bonus at the very least. Chant of Leeching Fangs. 20,000 gold is probably not that bad of a price, considering we'll get a first craft bonus out of it as well. It's a cloak enchant. Or a cloak enchants. Leeching Fangs. Leech. Ooh. I don't know. Do people really use Leech? I know it was trashed here as a tertiary stat in Remix, but I don't know if people really care about using that much Leech that much. I guess it's good for tanks because it also heals you while out of while out of combat. So I don't know how valuable this enchant's necessarily going to be, but it comes down to, are we willing to spend 27,000 gold for a first craft bonus and some more knowledge points along the way, and some more skill ups along the way. And presumably at rank 3 we can sell them for, I doubt, 1,000,000 gold. I think this is a little goofy. Whoever's listed this up for 1,000,000 gold is not actually expecting to be able to sell it for that much, especially since, I mean, it's entirely possible to craft it without max skill, without any knowledge points invested at all, right? Using concentration. If these are actually selling for 1,000,000 gold, I could easily get myself 2,000,000 gold a week just by hitting this button twice, which doesn't seem completely accurate. Oh, it's from the Heavy Trunk in Delves. Now I don't know how hard that is to find, but presumably I could buy this now, and then if we get another one we sell it and we make our gold back. Though I may wait on this one to see tomorrow with regular release, right? I think there'll be a lot more people running delves and stuff like that, so I do expect a lot more supply of this kind of stuff to show up. Though on the flip side, they have nerfed the level 70 twinks. I mean, not twinks, just literally level 70s. It wasn't even twink. They weren't even twinked out or anything. Just level 70s they've nerfed to all heck. So maybe prices for some of these will in fact go up. It looks like all the Radiant enchants are on here. The Authority enchants are on here as well. The weapon enchants, right? And yeah, I mean, as tempting as they are for these skill ups, let's see what the WoW Professions Guide is telling us is the best way to get to 100 skill for enchanting. Because whatever we want to do, we are going to need to have a lot of. We will need to max out enchanting. We're doing this on a Blood Elf already, so we have a 5 skill advantage to everyone else to begin with. All right, let's see. We're not at 70 yet. So from 60 to 70, they're saying the Whisper of Armored Leech is the cheapest. And I think they're probably right on that one. The only question is whether I do these for the first craft bonus and just say bye-bye to the gold that we're investing. Or, and hear me out, we invest a lot more gold to guarantee them at rank 2, and then we gradually use up concentration to craft them at rank 3, and we kind of skill up that way. Because I doubt these are selling, I doubt anyone's buying these at 45,000 gold, but we'll get like 30,000 gold out of them, right? I do kind of wish that Craft Sim would give me an actual cost of materials. Like, what does it cost me to craft all these with these quality materials? And I think it does actually give it to me somewhere. I can never remember which window has it, but I do know that one of the windows has it. I think, yeah, basically if I add it to add the open recipe here, then I can see the crafting cost is 23,000 gold. So if I use concentration and I do this, then we can kind of get it to this point. But again, I think the move is probably going to be wait until I spend the knowledge points and then craft these, because we'll just naturally have more skill, and so we'll either be able to use cheaper mats, less concentration, or just overall have better results. The thing I need to remember to do, and that all of us should be remembering to do, is that anytime you're crafting anything with enchanting, you want to make sure that you shatter an essence first and get this 15-minute buff that gives you resourcefulness, ingenuity, and multi-craft. It's up to you whether or not you want to put more knowledge points into this to have it, to have your shatter be more, to have your shatter give you more of those stats. Right? And at some point, you know, it will, once you've maxed out the actual thing you want to craft, you will want to come in here and either max out, you know, your resourcefulness, and then probably at some point the shattering as well, because that'll just make you more efficient at whatever you're crafting, right? The secondary stats definitely help you expand your profit margins. But early on, it's just about getting the recipes and being able to guarantee them at high ranks. So I'm probably not going to spend too much time there. But definitely the first tree in enchanting that you want to go into is ephemerals, enrichments, and equipment. You know, 5 points in here, dump 15 points in here. Do all those first craft bonuses and you'll get your 22 knowledge points. You'll actually get 2 more knowledge points than you invested in here. Plus, you'll be all set up to do the patron crafting orders. The second tree that you want to learn is supplementary shattering. And you'll use that to just unlock the shattering, right? Which will give you about 15 of each secondary stat, which may not sound like a lot, but it definitely adds up. And you can literally just look through here to see which of these are the cheapest. I don't know if they give you differing amounts of skills though. My assumption is that all of them sort of work the same, but it may be the case that some of the more expensive ones give you better stats, though I feel like it would have mentioned it here. So yeah, I'm just gonna stock up on a couple of these crystalline powders, because I'm going to need to craft a lot with them. Oh, and we're hopefully we can snipe them nice and fair enough. We missed out on the opportunity to snipe them. All right, we got them at 18 gold, which is not too bad, although getting them at 9 gold would have been a lot nicer, of course. We also need to learn that other recipe that we just bought. Oh, I should probably send these bound bags over to my war bank, as I've taken to calling it. All right, let's go ahead and learn this recipe, and we'll queue up the first craft for it. I do like that Craft Sim has added a little add first crafts button. Ooh, to do all of our first craft bonuses, it would give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more knowledge points. It would cost us 46,000 gold, and we'd lose 39,000 of that gold, which is painful to look at. Now I do wonder if using up concentration we can sort of make the numbers look a little bit prettier on that. I think this one's a no-brainer, right? The illusory adornment crystals. Funnily enough, it looks like some of these are actually selling. Someone is buying the rank 2s. The rank 3 doesn't have any that are selling, but there are 23 of these on average being sold on each server. So yeah, this is a no-brainer. We're going to use up the Artisan's Acuity here. But of course, first, we're going to shatter an essence so that we have we have our little stat buff up. And so you're going to want to make sure that you do this before crafting anything with enchanting, similar to the one that we're going to have for blacksmithing. Anyways, we're going to do this. We're going to work on our enchanter. Then we're going to level up some jewel crafting. Then I want to hop over to my Death Knight, and we're going to level up tailoring. And we're going to continue working on tailoring, and we're going to spend some time working on leatherworking. And hopefully we'll have enough time at the end of the stream to hop over to our blacksmith as well, because I know that there's a lot of gold to be made with the core alloys. Just selling the ones that I got out of like treasure chests and stuff, I've made a decent bit of gold. So if I could craft them as well, or at least get my blacksmith set up to be able to craft them, I'm sure there'll be a lot of gold in that as well. All right, sorry folks, I'm gonna have to take a quick 10-second break, but we'll actually no, let's use up the shattered essence buff, and then I'll take my break. My sinuses are acting up a little bit today, so just need to take care of that. But I'll do it. Generally don't like to do it on stream. I don't think I don't think it looks or sounds great to anyone for me to be using my nasal spray. All right. I think on these Algari mana oils, I do want to craft the rank 3 ones, but I think we'll try and see how far we can push enchanting in terms of skill. so that we can use hopefully even cheaper mats and expand our profit margins a little bit further. Now, did we pick up all of the mats that we need for all these first craft bonuses? I don't think so. I don't think so. Illusory Adornment Crystal. We have the mats for this, so we'll craft one of these. And then we need to craft a bunch of these... is it Glimmering Versatility that we're doing? No, until... Well, Whisper of Silken Speed is what we need to be doing. Because these are still orange to us. And then at some point we'll move to Whisper of Armored Leech. I'm not sure what the difference is here. I'm guessing this just gives skill till later on. Alright, we're at 63. This is saying that it'll... Ooh, the problem is I need to add 5 to all of these. Alright, so 56 is actually 61 to 65. We need to do the Whisper of Silken Speed. So we need these to get us to 65, which means I need to do one more Whisper of Silken Speed. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know why I'm tracking my crafted items on multiple different add-ons. I don't think it makes sense for us to use up concentration here. Yeah, because it's not gonna... I mean, unless we use up concentration to guarantee a rank 3, and this will take about 18 hours to regen. Now, I don't know if I want to spend quite that much concentration. It is 100% profit margin, though. Well, we don't have a first craft bonus for this anyway, so we may as well just sacrifice the gold and make peace with it. All right, let's just craft the crap version of this, and then we have to do where's our illusionary adornment crystals for the first craft bonus as well. But we're actually going to use some concentration to craft this at rank 2. All right, let's quickly hit the auction house and buy the rest of the mats and see if we can. We only have 80 seconds left on the Shattered Essence buff. Yeah, this is why I probably shouldn't actually use the buff until I'm actually at the crafting station, because I'm probably going to forget about it and end up doing something dumb like that. Although, this we can just go ahead and craft. We don't even need to be at the crafting station. We have the best tool equipped, which is our resourcefulness tool. Boom. Knowledge point, artisan's acuity, bing, bang, done. All right, we need 8 more artisan's acuity. And then that'll get us to skill level 65. And from 65 to 75, we'll need to craft 13 of the Whisper of Armored Leech. So let's go ahead and just buy the mats for those right now itself. It's painful. I'm not going to lie, it is painful. Especially knowing that if we really wanted to, we could turn a profit on these by using up some concentration or by spending knowledge points. I am tempted to start spending some of these knowledge points, because I know I've got to go at least 5 points into here. It's after that is the decisions that I haven't made. What do y'all think? Should we do it? Should we spend the 5 knowledge points here? Plus 5 skill for earthen enchantments. And we'll get a total of 10 skill by just putting 5 points in here. Right, what's the other choice? Either we double down on this and we go into weapon oils, but again, I feel like I can either do that on an alt, or, you know, again, I think all of these are, I think the oils are only really gonna be worth a lot of gold once the season starts. I have a feeling it's going to be the same thing for the finishing reagents, as well as for, I mean, combat crafts and professional production are really only crafting order talent trees, which I don't really care too much about. And designated disenchanter, I was burned too badly to do anything with that. So I'm almost certain that I'm going to go into here. I just haven't picked which one of these subtrees. You're afraid to spend your knowledge points. Yeah, that's exactly me as well. The only talent, the only like profession that I've actually spent knowledge points on that I can't get back is engineering, where I put a bunch of my knowledge points into profession equipment, and I'm low-key already kind of regretting that. On my main engineer, I put all of my knowledge points into profession equipment, and I think that may have been a bad call for engineering. So that's why I'm being very, very careful. And I also made that same mistake in Dragonflight, where like I invested knowledge points in a way that would help me in the first week, which was not forward thinking at all. Because I ended up really screwing myself over, and I ended up being like 2 or 3 weeks behind everyone else. It ended up being that disenchanting did actually have some use, because you could get bonus skill by shattering, which just so happened to be a part of the disenchanting tree in Dragonflight. So I kind of got a little bit lucky there in that it wasn't the end of the world. But with the War Within, I'm a lot. I don't want to make that mistake again. I mean, look, in a worst case scenario, I have more than enough alts that if I do really brick any of the professions on my main characters, I can just focus on that profession stuff on an alt. But I mean the RPG element of like my main character also being one of my main crafters is something I do really value, and I know it's going to be suboptimal, because the most optimal way to do it is to be able to do the, you know, artisan's acuity shuffle or the profession shuffle, and really give yourself a huge advantage that way. And I'm not willing to drop jewel crafting or enchanting on this character to give myself that little bit of an edge. But I'll probably do that for my alts. I'm almost certainly going to do it for at least some of my alts. Hey, if you give me a way to mess with this, I will take a swing at it, right? Oh, sorry. All right, with that said, let's take a quick little break, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. sorry about that, gang. We are back. And we are using the standing feature of my desk. Because Lord knows my wife's always telling me that I need to stand more. I was actually trying to figure out if I can figure out a way to have a little on-screen display. A little widget that'll point out how long I've been standing for. Because I'm thinking that I may add ways that you guys can spend channel points or things like that to make me stand for longer. That might be fun, right? Let me know in the chat if you think that would be interesting. In any case, all right. So I think what we were doing was we were going to try and finish leveling enchanting, but I'm also just looking at keeping an eye on the clock here, and I'm seeing that we have we have some of these world quests that are expiring in like 20 minutes, I think, or in 37 minutes rather, and so I should probably get those done just for the renown. We can ignore the ones that aren't immediately expiring. The question is if we do the battle pet ones as well, because they will give us some renown, but I don't know. I'm in two minds. Has anyone done the battle pet world quests? Did they give a decent amount of rep? How long this evening? We'll see. We'll see how long we go. We'll see what time I start getting tuckered out by. I'm not doing any one of my crazy energy drinks today, so definitely not 12 hours. We're not doing another 12-hour stream until maybe Friday. Friday we may be doing a longer stream. Sorry, give me 1 second. All right, but yeah, we'll be on for a couple of hours, at least a couple more hours. I think I still have a couple more hours left in me. Okay, so let's quickly check, because I want to see if Robot Rumble is difficult, then I'm probably not going to bother, or if it just doesn't give that much rep, because let's be honest, I've not been super optimal about min-maxing rep collection in any case. It says it gives us this, well, it mentions here that it gives us experience, but it doesn't say anything about rep. And I would assume that they probably don't give rep, right? Though I do have the Unborn Valkyr, so we can probably test that out real quick. I know I have a level 25 version of that, so we can easily complete that. The question is, do I have a level 25 Icky? And I don't. Use 3 level 1 pets with elemental attack abilities. Oh, so we can basically use any. We can use Foul Feather alternatively, it's saying. Which I do have, but again, not at level 25. Forget about it. Let's not bother. The other thing I wanted to check was, I know that there are these, what are they called? They're called, I was just looking at them on Reddit. Special assignments, right? How do I check which ones are up? I'm wondering if Wowhead has it on their homepage. Oh, Today in WoW, we have the Bountiful Delves listed here. I just don't have enough of those little items to actually get those. Oh, World Sold Memories are up as well. So ideally I should be doing these, I think. I don't know, what do these reward? We need Radiant Echoes, which we get from Bountiful Delves, and to get Bountiful Delves, we need Restored Coffer Keys. But I don't have all the shards. I can farm up a couple more of them with world quests, but again, low-key kind of meh about that. I did do the theater troupe twice now, and I got one of these bags in my mailbox, but I wasn't able to open it. It like glitched out, and I haven't bothered opening a ticket just yet. The Awakening the Machine event, I haven't really figured out how to get it going. Oh, we can start it at any point? Ooh, so we should probably do this at some point. Because the Awaken cache, I think, has a chance to drop some enchanting recipes for us and potentially some jewel crafting recipes. And I'm sure there's some good stuff in there that we need. And if we reach wave 20, we'll also get this mount. I doubt I'm good enough at this game to do that, but hey, spreading the light event. Oh, are always up? Okay, so we can do this as well, which will give us a Radiant Cache, which has Valor Stone's crests, gold, as well as a restored coffer key. All right, so should we just do some world content on my main for the next little bit? Did I buy the mats to do our enchanting? Let's at least get to 65 enchanting. Though I'm not sure if I picked up the mats yet or not. We picked up the mats to get to 64. But I think we need to get to 65. This is the problem with taking breaks. Is I forget what I was doing. Although, let's be honest, that happens pretty often in any case. Whisper of Silken Speed. We're at 63, we have to get to 65 to start doing the Whisper of Armored Leech instead. Now, I think they cost the exact same amount of mats, so I don't think there's too much of a difference. I don't think we're losing or making any more gold on either of them. And they literally require the exact same mats. All right, let's just do 2 of these, and then let's get out there and complete our world quests. And we may even try and hop onto our alt and see if we can knock out some of them then. Okay, now the other thing I was looking at was the special assignments, and I was trying to see which of these are up right now. Gearing in season 1. Special. Well, I wonder if that'll be more of a guide to like once the achievements are up. Does it mention anything here? Ooh, the first 2 chests contain a piece of gear, and the first 4 also contain a restored coffer key, which would make the bountiful delves worth doing. Well, which will allow us to do a bountiful delve, which is also good. Does it mention anything here about the special assignments? Okay. Appear throughout certain zones of Khazalgar. To unlock them, players will need to complete 3 world quests in that respective zone. Presumably these are already up, right? I think these are already up. Is there any way to like track how we're doing in terms of how many world quests we've done? I was hoping that someone has a macro for these. Active world quests are up for another day and 30 minutes in North America. Yeah, I know. I mean, I kind of know that. The only question is how do I unlock these? I wonder if saved instances has anything to show us about this. Although it doesn't look like this is fully updated. Let's quickly check Curse as well. Craftsim, dude. Genju is just a legend. Dude's constantly updating the app, his add-on, and making it even better. All right, so it doesn't look like saved instances is telling us. I'm wondering where else I can sort of check. Oh, I wonder if our weak aura here will tell us. We have all of our crests and everything like that mentioned here. Oh, I think I disabled some of the features. Where's Tama's War Within helper? Custom options, info panel. LFR normal we don't care about. Upgrade path don't care about. Weekly vault don't care about for now, but we have the open world thing checked. Renown reps are shown here. To-do list configuration, season 1, weeklies. Well, see, the season hasn't begun yet, so we don't want to do that. Questing, Isle of Dorn. Okay, so these are the like actual campaign quests, which we're going to be skipping in any case, so that doesn't really make too much of a difference. Item currency tracker, sure. Toggle timers, sure. Basic reps, yeah, we have those up. Rares, we have up. It doesn't look like this is going to tell us about the weekly dungeon quest, weekly world quest caches. Okay, there we go. Weekly world quest caches ×2. I mean, that tells us something against the current. I don't know what against the current is. It's a storyline. Is this a like level 80 storyline? Is that what's going on? I think this is part of the main storyline quest is the point. Memories of Adventures Past. I have no idea what that is. Visions of Azeroth 6 out of 7. Again, I don't know. I cannot for the life of me figure out how I unlock the special assignments. Because I'm fairly certain I've done 2 or 3 world quests in Halifal, but I'm not 100%. Because I haven't really been keeping track of which of these I've done. All right, first things first, let's head over and at least complete that world quest that's expiring. And let's see, what do we got to do here? Chew on this.
To eat. Help guide this one's hunger into a constructive activity.
Do I just run through grass? We've got to run through 25 grass. All right, Blizzard. Give me 900 gold for this. I'll do it. Oh, I do like that we're moving faster as we eat more grass. Okay, this is kind of fun. And painless, jeez. Should probably do this on all of our alts. 900 gold for this. I wonder if we'll get additional credit if we're like partied up and do this in on 2 accounts at once. Because then it's like 1800 gold for basically like 2 or 3 minutes worth of time. It's right next to Dornagle as well, so it's not like I need to like spend time getting characters out here.
Nothing is better than a leveled field and a happy Ramalith.
Valor Stones,
Thank you,
Crests, Renown. Overall, pretty happy. Oh, I forgot to spend my final hero talent point. I don't know which one's better. Well, I don't have Jadefire Stomp, so that one's going to be pointless for me. Alright. That's that done. Do we have any other world quests that we can complete just real quick? Oh, the Cataloger's Disc, we might as well get that done. I want to see if completing 3 world quests in here does actually give me that special assignment thing. If it is actually popping up for me. Oh, I thought I grabbed this glyph yesterday, but I guess not. Alright. World quest time. We've got to write a cataloger's raft. I'm sure there's some sort of achievement, because I only realized later, very late in Dragonflight, that you were supposed to be looking out for these like rare NPCs whenever you do these catalog.
Catalog the wildlife. We need to make sure it works, of course.
Epic. All right. I am interested to see what the rewards are like for alts. So the keys for bountiful quests, yeah, I'm not certain actually. I have some of the fragments here, and they definitely are soulbound, but I don't know if I'm guessing you would get them per character, because otherwise it really incentivizes. I mean, it would almost entirely incentivize you to have each of your characters on a separate account if you're doing it for gear and stuff like that, because of the fact, excuse me, because of the fact that bountiful delves do reward gear and things. I think it has to be soulbound per character. Otherwise, I'm sure a lot of people would have made a big stink about it in any case. Yeah, I don't think it's account bound. It also just wouldn't make sense, right? Because I think anything related to character progression is entirely locked onto that character. Because they do want you. I mean, they have gone out of their way to incentivize having all of your characters on the same battle.net account at the very least. And so it would kind of be counterproductive to not have it there. Like to have it be account wide instead. All right, we had an interface error, so we're just gonna reload real quick. I'm also just gonna switch up my camera for a second here. All right, we did 2 world quests, and we didn't have a special assignment pop up. I know I did a 3rd one the other day, but I don't know how, like, where it shows up or how it goes, or if maybe I need to complete more of the main quest line. All right, let's see if we can find anything here. Does it mention it here? Well, I don't have a special assignment is the point. There is one in the Ringing Deeps, it says, as a time of writing, but this was also like 2 days ago. So I don't know if that's changed. Oh, okay, here we go. We have to do 2 more world quests in the Ringing Deeps in order to unlock the special assignment. Now, I already have those shoulders. Is there only one special assignment up? I missed the one in Isla Dorn like 2 days ago, which is not great. All right, let's do a special assignment. Let's see what we get out of this, because that'll also give us a bountiful delve key, which I think there are some enchanting recipes that you can get from bountiful delve. So I'm going to categorize it as gold making activities for the purposes of this stream. Now, my understanding is that doing all this stuff with war mode on will give us more gold and experience, but I don't think it gives us more rep, does it?
For the Horde.
Problem I have is I'm probably going to get ganked, because that's what's happened every other time I've switched on war mode, other than like day 1 when I was leveling. For day 1, leveling on my main while I was completing the campaign didn't have too many issues. Oh, I need to do the quest to unlock the elevator here as well. We were talking about that at the start of the stream when we were looking through the Wowhead articles. I just don't know where we get that quest. I'm guessing it's in the Ringing Deeps. Anyways, let's head over there and let's see if we can find it. Tra la 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 la, sky riding, sky riding. All right. And if you're joining the stream for the first time, I promise I don't sing that much. You may catch me bursting into song if we're doing something a little boring, like skyriding through a tunnel. But other than that, I don't tend to sing too much, so you don't need to worry too much about that. All right, we said we were going to do 1 more world quest, or 2 more world quests rather. Why is it telling me to come over here? What's so important over here? Side quests I'm just gonna do on my alts because I don't really have much of a need for them on my main.
Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets.
Out of vigor, out of vigor. Alright, so I think we'll do this one and this one. I don't know if the pet battle quests count to it. Do you think the pet battle quests count towards the special assignment? Probably not, right? And at some point I do also need to... Alright, should we attempt the Awakened Cache to begin with?
Pretty trinkets.
Hope you brought tools. Time to fix things.
So the strange thing is that the Awakening the Machine, I'm supposed to speak to this guy to start the event, and then I have to clear waves. The problem is I can't speak to him. It doesn't let me interact with him. He's just mouse over. Is there another like pre-quest that I need to do? Because I know this guy gave me a quest, but that's for the Stone Vault, which is a dungeon. And then there's the Kobold Work Crew quests, but I don't think those have anything to do with this. Awakening the Machine. I wonder if there's anything else that I need to do. Because I have enough renown, or do I not? Is that the thing? Yeah, no, at Renown 3 we unlocked a Rocky Restart, and so we should be able to do that. Why is he not giving us the option? Are we phased? Is there something else going on? Or is it locked? Oh, okay, yeah, it is locked in early access. Okay, and it turns out this wasn't broken for me, it's just not rewarded. Even though I received it in the mail, it just deleted it the second I got it. Which indicates to me that Blizzard probably did set up some sort... Oh, I forgot to switch my webcam back on, jeez. Which indicates to me Blizzard probably did actually do the smart thing and figure out a way to delete it from your bags if you find a way to acquire it. Which I kind of wish they would do for more items. All right, let's just go do our world quests and complete our special assignment. I think we still have 2 days left on it, so it's not super urgent, but hey, might as well hammer it out while we can. Right?
Trinkets, yes. Pretty
Whoa.
trinkets.
Too many noises. Hopefully that's not too loud on the stream. If it is, let me know in chat, and I'll go ahead and turn that down.
Clear out those scarred and recover what you can.
Such an aggressive yell. Hey Midro, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. How's it going? How's the War Within treating you? Or I guess you have launch later today, right? Are you gonna be able to play much today, or like are you gonna be online when it goes live? Yeah, that's a good call. Having more alts is definitely the... I honestly wish I had more... Okay, let me turn down the game sound effects because that is just way too loud. I'm not sure if it's too loud on stream, but it's too loud for me here in the room, so I'm going to assume that it's probably pretty loud on stream as well. Yeah, I do kind of wish I had more time to level alts in the Radiant Echoes event. I put a good amount of time into it, right? I think I still have a ridiculous amount of the currency left to spend. Where is it? I think they moved it down. Or this character just doesn't have any of it, which is also potentially the case, which is entirely possible as well. I may have just transferred them all off of my main. But yeah, I have some ridiculous amount of residual memories. Search everywhere. Okay, that didn't work. Yeah, I have a ridiculous amount of it on all my other characters that I need to spend. I leveled the bulk of my alts through Remix, just because Remix was super fast. But the thing is, Remix, you could only level freshly created characters, and I had a bunch of characters that were like level 60, level 55, level 45, whatever it may be. And my goal was to get all of those characters to level 70 as well, just because the Radiant Echoes is the fastest / easiest / most AFK way that you can do it. And I didn't get to all of them. I got to all of them on my second account, but not on my main account. I just have too many alts. That, funnily enough, most of those alts, the only reason that they're at level 45 or 50 or 60 or whatever is because I leveled them during either Shadowlands launch or Dragonflight launch or whichever other expansion. Actually, I don't think I was here. I don't think I was playing the game for Shadowlands launch, but I know during Dragonflight launch and during Legion launch and all the other launch events, I would level up alts just because alts have always been great for. Okay, I don't know why I pulled an elite that isn't required for me to do the quest in the first place. All right, let's see if we can run away from this guy. Yeah, I mean, having an alt army is it's always been something that I've done, and I've always thought that I would, having more alts is always better for professions. But certainly never as good as the War Within, and Blizzard certainly hasn't ever rewarded you as much for having alts or playing alts. Which is, I think, also why they decided to make Remix leveling as easy as it is. And it's also why it's a little bit strange that they decided to nerf the level 70 boosting in the War Within. Especially before early access ended. That is a good question. Let's check here. I just got the achievement last night. It just says 5% additional experience up to level 80. So presumably it's from level 1 onwards, right? It doesn't mention from 70 to 80. It just says from experience up to level 80. And of course you can, there's achievements going up to 5. So by the time you have your 5th character at level 80, you're getting 25% faster. That's why I feel like even though you have, even though Remix was the quickest way, it's not like it's gonna take that much. It's not like it's gonna take that much more effort, even once the Radiant Echoes event ends, to level characters up. Blizzard has made leveling alts super easy. Already with the pre-patch, they nerfed the amount of experience that you needed to get from 1 to 70, and they especially nerfed from 60 to 70, where it now takes like 20% as much experience as it did before. Right, so they nerfed it by 80% is basically what that means. And with the War Within now, once you get your characters to level 80, presumably you'll get probably all of your alts that are like level 70 already. You'll get those to level 80 before you level any more. And yeah, the later ones have another 25% bonus to leveling up the entire way. And so honestly, at that point, it's pretty. It shouldn't be pretty painless to get characters leveled up to level 70 and bring them into the War Within. And even in the War Within, I don't think it should take more than a couple of hours to do alts, especially once you have that 25% bonus. Because, I mean, people were already being able to get... I mean, obviously, we're talking about min-maxers, but min-maxers were already able to get alts leveled up to from level 70 to level 80 in about 3 hours. Now, of course, that was before they hotfixed that was before they hotfixed being able to lock your experience at level 70. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, basically level 70 scaling is super broken, so much so that it's kind of like it was in Remix, where the scaling is super messed up in a good way. So basically level 70s are able to completely solo dungeons. And so what a lot of people were doing was they were locking alts at level 70 so that they wouldn't get any more experience. And then they would carry level, basically up till about level 74 or 75 is when you're super OP. And so they would lock their experience at level 70, because I think it's most broken at level 70, and they would carry higher level characters through dungeons. I mean, that's basically how I leveled 77 to 80. Because I was going to just do, because I completed the campaign storyline at level 77, at level 77 and a half or so. And my plan was that I was going to do world quests, I was going to do delves, I was going to do some dungeons and just like, you know, work my way up to level 80 that way. And I started doing the side quests. Okay experience, not great, right? Still pretty slow. I ran a delve, like a tier 2 delve, pretty slow as well, not great experience. And then I queued up for Heroic Dungeon thinking it would probably be the same, right? I didn't assume that there would be a huge difference. And a level 70 literally cleared the entire War Within dungeon in about 5 minutes by just pulling everything in the dungeon to him and then doing like over 1.5 million DPS and wiping out everything. And so literally I felt like I was back in Remix where I was basically just running around following them, looting things. I don't know if that particular person had locked their experience, or if they were just naturally level 70, like if they just hadn't gotten past level 70 yet, which could also be the case, right? But yeah, so I mean, they nerfed the fact that you can't lock your experience at that level anymore, but they haven't fixed the scaling. Like the scaling is still completely broken. Ooh, profane tinderbox. The scaling is still entirely broken, and as a result of that, your characters are super OP, and it's probably not a terrible idea on alts to just smash dungeons between levels 70 and 74, because you will be carrying everyone else in those dungeons. Ah, dang it! Alliance has tagged the rare here. Okay, there's another rare up that if Horde would ever get their act together, we'd actually be able to do some of these rares at times. But every time I try and do this with war mode on, there's never any Horde players that are actually doing anything. Or if they show up, they like tag the they like tag the rare and then die to the rare. So I mean, that is what it is, right? Okay, we gather fuel off of these Death Spore buds, I guess. So we did complete the special assignment. It looks like it shows up as another world quest. And basically then we get a cache that'll give us a Bountiful Delve key, and we'll run a quick Bountiful Delve after this. I really feel like they need to re-trigger the Isle of Dorn special assignment. Because I had early access and I wasn't level 80 in time to take advantage of it. Or like I didn't complete the campaign in time for it. And no, for your first character, I would definitely recommend complete the campaign. You definitely, because you need to get the campaign done to unlock world quests and everything anyway. And at lower levels, like until you unlock adventure mode, nothing scales. So if you're a level 74 character doing level 70 quests, you're gonna get terrible experience from it anyway. So for your first character, I would definitely make it a point to get the campaign done first and foremost. That's goal number one. Once you've completed the campaign on one character is when you can start looking at, like for alts, I would definitely recommend smash dungeons first and then do, honestly, dungeons from 70 to 80 is still probably going to be your fastest way of going. Because even if you need to run the dungeons normally, at least one in a couple of them, you'll have, if not more, you'll have a couple of low level characters who will carry you, right? And those will be fast enough. Heck, if you really wanted to, you could probably queue up for a dungeon, see if you have any level 70s, and if you don't, drop it, take the Deserter debuff and try again later. Like, that's how much of a difference in speed it is. Although, to be fair, I haven't none of the dungeons I ran had any, like, none of the dungeons I ran didn't have a low level 70 in them. So I don't really know, I don't have a good basis for comparison to figure out how quick a dungeon would be without it. I'm guessing if it's like anything else, then Best case scenario, you have a low level character who will carry you through the dungeon and you'll get it done in 5 minutes. Worst case scenario, you just need to run the dungeon like normal and that'll take whatever 15-20 minutes. Oh dang it, did I drop all my fuel? Or do I just not have enough fuel? No, I have 5 of them. Oh, I gotta turn. I hate it when they do things like this where you need to right click on the item to convert it into fuel. That's dumb. Just make the thing require. Oh geez, I need to refuel all of these? Do I need to do this alone? Can I find, oh, maybe I can find a group for it. All right, dumb of me. I'm wondering if I should just switch off war mode and see if we can't hammer this out quicker. Does war mode give us any rep bonuses? I guess that's the main question. I don't think it does. I think they changed that, right? I think it used to, and it doesn't anymore. Oh, okay, we got accepted to a group. And sure enough, they're all playing with war mode. Oh, no. They're playing with war mode on or off? I guess they're playing with war mode on. Let's go. Oh, and we're getting some honor as well. I'm not gonna complain about that. Not complaining about that in the slightest. Oh, another little pop of honor. Dude, what server did I phase into? Like, what layer did I phase into that Horde is actually getting honorable kills? This is wild. Yeah. Hey, not bad. We found a PvP PvE group. I like that. I like this shard. Can I just join the shard forever? I mean, okay, I am gonna get feared at different points, but hey, that's sort of par for the course. Is this dude gonna give me some fuel? Is that how that works? He left the radiant fuel crystal here, but I can't loot it. Very strange. Very, very strange. Horde doesn't seem to have the tag on that on the Hunger of the Deeps, unless I'm mistaken. Okay, so Alliance characters have the same issue. I love that because, yeah, to be fair, that is kind of true. Because every time I play Horde, I'm like, oh, I get it. The way to farm PvP honor, like the way to farm honor and to farm PvP content is to play Alliance. Because Alliance wins every single battle, like every single battleground. And I'm beginning to think it's just me that sucks. Because it seems like we tend to lose. I think I'm the common denominator there. All right, I think Horde actually has the tag for this rare, and I need him anyway for rep, or do I? Yeah, I do. Okay. Jeez, look at how much health this guy has. 161 million for a rare is wild. I'm happy to hear it's the same experience for everyone. It's not just me sucking that badly that I bring down my entire battleground team. But hey, I'm not going to completely rule that out. Oh, the boss is fearing us. I thought the Alliance were fearing us. Jeez. All right, let's get this guy down. Do any of my trinkets have on-use effects? I don't think any of my gear has any on-use effects. Oh, I do need to go complete those quests that give you like a customizable trinket and a customizable 574 neck. I should probably also equip my Dark Moon deck. I haven't figured out which one is the best for me. I just picked up a couple of them because they're super cheap. But yeah, that's definitely a good way to make gold as well. The Dark Moon decks are selling for so cheap right now that if you really wanted to do a disenchanting spec, you can probably spec into the epic crystals and make a good bit of gold by just maxing out, putting all of your points into disenchanting Dark Moon decks and farming up the crystals that way. Blue decks? No. These ones, the actual full Dark Moon deck card, the epic ones. Usually these are super expensive early on in the expansion, right? They're a huge gold maker, and a lot of people will prioritize Dark Moon cards in the early expansion specifically for gold making because of how much they sell for. This time around, scribes don't craft them. They only drop for scribes, is my understanding. Yeah, they're completely BOE, and basically, as long as you pick up inscription, I don't think you need to like put too many points in to have these start dropping for you. I'm sure there's a talent tree that'll give you a better chance to have them drop for you, which is nice. But the point is that I guess everyone's been farming 2x4s with inscription and tailoring, because that's what I think a lot of the like farmer influencers have been encouraging. And as a result, Dark Moon cards are super cheap. And going ahead from that, the decks are also super cheap. So you can see here, I picked these up for like $2,000 each, and I just picked up a couple of them because I do wonder if Blizzard's going to change the drop rates or anything like that, because they've already nerfed the drop rates for BOE greens and for cloth, which does seem, I don't know, anytime they're changing anything prior to, like, if they nerf anything during early access, I'm kind of like, that's not, I don't know, I don't feel great about that. I feel like during early access, they shouldn't nerf anything, right? 3 days or an equivalent amount of time to early access, they should give to other players to take advantage of the same bugs, right? Let's call it what it is. But as usual with Blizzard, it's exploit early, exploit often, and it's unfortunate, but it's just the way of WoW, I guess. But yeah, it doesn't sit super well with me that's how that works. All right, do we have any more of that fuel? No. That rare didn't drop any for us. Yeah, so basically these decks are BOE. They're eye level 577, which is pretty good because World Quest will give you 574. Or at least some of the, like, I think the Adventure Track World Quest gear is 574. All right, let's see here. Yeah, Adventure Track upgraded 2 out of 8. Adventure Track normal is 571. And so 577 is not bad, right? Especially since you can pick the stats and you're not you don't need to do a world quest or anything. You just hit the auction house and pick it up for $2,000, right? It's hard to beat that. But I also don't know if they're going to change anything, because the point with the Dark Moon decks is that they don't intend people to use them at 577. What I mean by that is, I mean, some people will just keep them at 577 and that's it. But basically, once we get our sparks, you will actually be able to convert this deck through a crafting order into an embellishment that you can throw on any other piece of gear, so that you can then use your trinket for any other item that you want instead. And so you don't have to dedicate your You don't have to dedicate your trinket, like one of your 2 trinket slots, to the Dark Moon items. All right, we've got 1 drill fired up. Jeez, I did not expect this to take this long. I wonder if it would be quicker with war mode off, which may be the case. But yeah, so that's why they may not nerf it. This may just be working as intended. Like, it's entirely possible that that this is exactly how they intend it to work. Yep. Yeah, so basically once we get sparks, you'll be able to convert your deck into an embellishment. At least scribes will be able to, and I would be surprised if you can't raise a crafting order for it. I'm fairly certain that's how that works. But yeah, basically Dark Moon decks will be an embellishment as opposed to using up a trinket slot, which is really nice. I assume, because I'm guessing then you can use your trinket slot for something else. I also love the amount of treasures we have, because we don't have disturbed dirt anymore, but we have these like wax piles that don't show up on the minimap, right? That you can only... Uh-oh. Boss is up and I am nowhere near him. Oh, jeez. Did I miss the boss? Oh, I'm going to be pissed if I miss the boss. I may have... No, never mind. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Didn't miss the boss. But basically there's treasures like Spore Infused Shale Wing. What the hell is that? And how do we pull them? Oh, that's a rare. How do we get them? How do we get them down here? Oh, I have to go inside here to take out this boss? Oh wow, it's just a PvP fest in here. Well, Lions have the tag on the boss anyway, so I suppose it's not the end of the world. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Usually season 1 at the very least. Oh, did I hit another? Oh, I leveled up in my honor. I don't get anything until I hit 20 honor, and then I get a pet, but... And I think we're capped on honor points until tomorrow, until tonight anyway. Tonight for me, today for those in the States. Right? Yeah, the cap is 4,000. Anyways, I only have 939, so it's not like... Oh! Okay, we did have the tag on that boss. Glad I hit it. Seasoned Adventurer's Cash. Alright, big money, big money, big money. Let's see if we can't get... Oh, caps lock. Let's see what we get out of this. Alright, we got a coffer key, which is what we wanted. We got a trinket, which is a higher eye level, so hopefully is better than what we have right now. Ooh, a 577 trinket. Yeah, I was looking at the WoW head. I wonder if any of these are updated. Airdrops are great, but does it say anything about reputation? Okay. Experience, gold, currency, or Azerite power. It doesn't say anything about reputation. I guess we get the new version of bloody tokens and the airdrops. The airdrops are pretty decent for gold making as well. Oh god, is the boss the one fearing me? I don't know if I'm gonna die due to PvP or due to the boss at this stage. Alright, well, we're dead. Yeah, I think that's probably why they made the change, Midro. Is because they probably want you to play around with the other items that they have. Annoyingly, Wowhead doesn't have the sims done for at least for Windwalker Monk, so I'm not sure which of these trinkets are going to be the best for me. Although they do have a little bit of a trinket list here, but I think these are more the ones that you get from like other content, like because these are all mythic and stuff like that. I doubt any of these are world quest trinkets, but I'll probably take a look to see if there is anything that mentions how we get it. I like these escape ropes. I'm a big fan of them having added escape ropes as someone who frequently gets stuck in caves. I'm gonna try and use this little portal to the surface and see if that works better for me. I may just get ganked by lions the second I zone in though. Yeah, I mean, I'm skeptical as well, but hey, you never know. You never know actually, because they are focusing a lot more on solo content and like they are focusing a lot more on solo content and making world content a lot more rewarding in the War Within, right? I mean, the Great Vault is gonna have a world quest and delve row, which is I mean a game changer for someone like me, who I'm definitely wouldn't do. I mean, in the last like week of Dragonflight, I would do some LFR, mainly to farm mounts and bullions, but even then I didn't really engage with it too much. But the Great Vault may or may not, like, it may as well not exist for someone like me. But in the War Within, I'm gonna be really excited about the Great Vault every week, because I'm sure I will do, you know, a handful of world quests, and I'll do a handful of delves maybe. We'll have to see what the rewards are like from the bountiful delves. Now that we have our first coffer key, I think we are going to go ahead and do a bountiful delve. I need to see which ones are bountiful right now. Oh, and I should probably swap out my ring to this one that I crafted instead. Where's the new piece of gear that we just got? All right, let's do this. Let's quickly go through and check our bags for any potential upgrades that we have. Detachable Fang. Dude, here, it's the world drop, I mean the world quest drop trinket that we got is on the list. All right, Midro? You're giving me crap. Giving me crap for my world drop trinkets. It is on the list under F tier. It's on the list. I mean, we said that it wouldn't be on the list. It is on the list. I mean, it is F tier, so it is what it is, but it's on the list. So you can't say you can't say it's not there. Nizrex holograph manipulator. I'm guessing all of these are just going to be in tier F if they're listed at all. There's no way in hell I'm going to try and spell that. Dude, the Algari Alchemist Stone is on there as well. Thank you. I got one of my BIS trinkets. Where is this? I really don't think the other ones are going to be on here. But I'm hopeful. I have hope, all right? Dude, I think this one we might be able to get. I don't know where we get it from. Windwalker loves haste. Dude, what? Pawn has been giving me completely wrong information. Because it told me that we need crit and versatility are the most needed. No one has said anything about haste. I've actually been disenchanting and vendoring items that have haste on them. Okay, this one we can get from dungeons. This trinket, it looks like, because it looks like it drops from Avanox. Yeah, I mean, I will. The thing is, Pawn just makes it so much easier, and especially with a bunch of alts that are like different specs and different classes and all the different things. I tend to just rely on Pawn because it's nice and in game and whatever. Every now and then I'll get a little bit ambitious and start using Ask Mr. Robot to like figure out what gear to upgrade, how to spend flight stones and crests and you know, like the different reward currencies that we get. But by and large, I just use Pawn because it's simple and it's already set up for all of the all the different things that we do. Charm of the Underground Beast, is that on here anywhere? I doubt it. I mean, so funnily enough, dude, that the item that we just got that we've been making fun of is potentially the best trinket that we have available to us, which sounds crazy, but because Shadowed Essence isn't even on the list, and I'm a bit skeptical of this whole like pulls the void to entering combat summons an orb of dark power to assist you. I don't know what the hell that does. It's not very explanatory, and I doubt it's actually that good. What other potential pieces of gear could be upgrades for us? Oh, I guess we got better shoulders. Let's go ahead and equip those. And we have a higher eye level chest, but it's not actually better for us. So screw that. Oh, we got another trinket. Deep Hunter's Bloody Hook. I think that was on the list. I don't know if it was any good on the list. But it's warband bound, so if it's not on the list, then I may just swap it over, like send it over to an alt. It is interesting to me though that because they'd made it seem like you'll always get lower quality gear that's warband equipped than what you're actually going to use on your main. But we got this trinket and it is warband equipped and warbound until equipped. Geez, that's a mouthful. And it's eye level 577. This would be an eye level upgrade for my main on paper. All right. We completed the special assignment. There was something else that we wanted to do now. Oh yeah, I wanted to do a bountiful delve. But ideally, we should do a bountiful delve that has a that we have a quest for, because then it's sort of 2 birds, 1 stone. And I think there's one in Ajkahet that we need to do in any case for the Kaj, because I need more Kaj so that I can buy the jewel crafting book. I prioritize buying the heck is that? What is this random cube floating here? Can you all see that? Dude, what the heck? There's just a random cube floating here. Very strange. Very strange. I'm happy that we're participating in the beta for this. I mean, probably one of the reasons that didn't get reported in beta is because what do you even report? How do I describe that in a bug report? Because I was good about it, right? I took my responsibility of being a beta tester pretty seriously. I reported a bunch of bugs. They sent me a nice little email thanking me for catching bugs that apparently no one else had caught, which kind of blew my mind because I barely spent, I did not spend nearly as much time on the beta as I should have. And apparently I still uncovered a couple bugs that no one else had gotten to. Or there was some sort of like exploit tied to that bug, and everyone else was just planning on exploiting it on like day one, and I fucked it up I screwed it up for someone. Try not to swear on stream, but hey, it'll slip out every now and then. That's what she said. All right, let's. But yeah, I think it's kind of fun that we have all those we have these new treasures, we have these new wax globule things that you dig up that don't show up on the mini map. You literally just have to see them with your eyeballs, and when you click on them, you don't know what's gonna happen. It'll trigger some sort of event. Sometimes you'll have to kill a semi-elite mob like that. Other times you'll have to collect things. You'll have to, yeah, all sorts of different things that you need to do. I also like that these soul sigils that we're looting are warbound and not bound to our main. Now, I don't know that I'm going to use them for anything, primarily because of the fact that, honestly, I don't think it should take more than 4 or 5 hours to level up any of our alts from 70 to 80. Maybe 6 hours, right? At which point, is 558 gear really of any use to me? Not really. But I'm glad that they at least made it warbound, because I know I know in Dragonflight you'd loot those off of rare bosses, but by the time that you were killing any of those rare bosses, they were so the item level was so low that it made no difference whatsoever on your main. And so my main always had like a bajillion and one of them. And my alts on whom those items would have represented a gear upgrade for, I wasn't doing that content on because they couldn't solo those rares. All right, is there anything else in here that's worth grabbing? Because I want to head over and do the Ashkahet Delve that is tagged as bountiful. At least I think it is. Well, this one is. This one isn't. So it really depends what the quest is for. Here's the plan, the Delve quest. All right, while I slowly, ever so slowly make my way over. Actually, why don't I just find a flight point? Why am I bothering to skyride? Let me just find a flight point. We've unlocked faster speed. Oh, by the way, Midro, what I was saying earlier on the stream, I'm not sure if you caught it, but what you want to do is while you're leveling, like while you're completing the campaign, make sure that you grab every single flight path on your main. The reason you want to do that is because there's an achievement called Kazalgar Flight Master that you get for basically for discovering every single flight path, which will increase your flight path speed by 25%, which is awesome, right? That, and then you also want to make sure that you explore all the regions, because once you do that and you complete the storyline, you'll get the War Within Pathfinder achievement unlocked as well. Which, I mean, I can count the number of times I used Pathfinder on my like in Dragonflight, right? But the reason that it's useful in the War Within specifically is that there are some of these treasures that are like hanging off the bottom of something, and so you can't actually get to those treasures without standard flying, because if you're dragon riding, you'll just fly past it too fast. Do you think it'll give me another one of those bags? No, never mind. There's also a free bag for all of your alts here, a 34 slot bag that you'll get. I mailed it over to my main, or to my war bank. But basically, you come into this little hut here, in the Ringing Deeps at about 5964, right next to the flight path for Camp Maroc. Come inside, and the order that you need to click these on is 3, 4, 1, 2. And then you'll be able to loot a 34 slot bag for all of your alts, which is handy if you didn't do what I did and wasted a bunch of gold kitting out all of your characters with 34 slot bags. I love bag space, all right? Worthy investment. That's probably one of the few things that I invested in Dragonflight, other than like raw gold making stuff. Yeah, so this is what I mean. Sometimes it's just a simple like loot the item there. Other times we get a boss to spawn. Other times we have all sorts of different events, and it sort of adds a bit more randomness to the dirt farming. Also because there's so many different types of like caches and things. Who's this chick and what's the quest that she's giving us? Do we care about the reward? We do not. All right, so we'll do that on our alt when we're trying to level in between dungeons. I love that I said I would save time by coming over here and hitting up the flight path, and then I proceeded to just get distracted by other nonsense instead. All right, where is the flight path? There we go. All right, let's head over to this bountiful delve. And I'm hoping that this is the one that we have a quest for, because it would kind of suck if we didn't have a quest for this bountiful delve. Well, if we don't, we just fly somewhere else. All right, let's take a quick little break while we're on the flight path. are back. So we landed at our flight point destination. Let's see if we can't find that quest that that tells us to do the delve. Ooh, Valor Stones. Oh, 10 Valor Stones isn't gonna make a difference. That's literally one heroic dungeon boss that'll take a level 70 like 4 minutes to complete, or 2 minutes to complete. All right, so this is the quest that we want to do on all of our alts. It rewards 150 Kej for completing the Spiral Weave Delve. And currently it's especially lucrative because of the fact that the Spiral Weave is also the Bountiful Delve. That's up. I believe this should refresh by tomorrow though. In any case, we'll want to pick up that quest and complete the delve, since the Kej we can then transfer between characters using the Warband currency transfer system. So one of the annoying things is that a lot of these treasures are like lore items that you need to collect for some achievement while under the effect of some sort of buff or something like that. I do kind of wish that there was a way to disable them in my tracker app thing. There probably is, I just haven't looked for it yet, to be honest. Okay, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. We just flew into a room full of level 80 elites. Oh, good God. Okay, we're probably going to die here. If you play the campaign, we know why all these people are gathered here. And it's pretty terrifying. But where the heck is the delve? Is it down here? Oh, it's down here. Oh God, why are they pulling to me and not to that Alliance player right there? All right, let's see if we can just run through and hop into the delve. What do y'all think? Should we attempt a tier 3 delve? I think I'm probably gonna get smashed because it says eye level 545 or higher, but the rewards will be better. Ooh, unless we do some quests, get slightly better gear, and then do it at tier 3. Because I believe the Bountiful Coffer does scale with, yeah, the Bountiful Coffer does scale with whatever level, whatever tier of delve you do. I see where we're landing in this discussion. Jeez, I have no idea what just happened. I think I was about to say that I'm cool with the Alliance now because thanks to the Warband changes, I actually bothered to level up some Alliance characters. But I think my body was literally refusing to say the thing you just mentioned in chat. I think I think it was making me physically sick to say anything other than for the Horde. So as I was gonna say it, but well, I don't think you can fail a delve. Can you? Well, that's a new fear I unlocked. I think the point is you just won't be able to complete the delve, right? Because the boss will just smash you at the end. Even if you figure out a way to, like, you know, die multiple times taking out the trash, you just won't be able to kill the boss before dying. At which point, I mean, it's pointless, right? It's just a waste of time. Oh, are you limited to how many revives you have? Hey, I'm kind of happy that I didn't realize that after testing like 5 different delves. I did like 2 or 3 on beta, and then I've done 2 or 3 on live as well. The fact that I didn't know about that is, I'm gonna take some, I'm gonna give myself some credit that, hey, I'm not that bad at delves, it turns out. All right, there were 2 Wowhead posts that I thought I had bookmarked that talked about some of the easy gear you can get. Because there's like 2 quests that give you a neck and... Okay, there's 584 gear available to vendors. Yeah, this is the one I'm talking about. The 571 necklace, 571 trinket. Are there any other things that offer us good stuff here? Ooh. Okay, I don't think we have the required renown for any of these. Okay, I'm glad that they put. I'm glad that they put this little link, this little section of links at the bottom here. So yeah, those are the 3 pieces that we can get. We can either get 584 veteran gear if we had any of these at 7 renown, I think it is. Yeah, renown level 7 or 8, and the only one that we have at renown level 7 doesn't have any gear that we can buy at that point. Oh, we can get an adventurer Nerubian pheromone secreter. Although I have a feeling that that's a trinket, and we already have more than enough eye level 570 plus trinkets. So that isn't really an incentive to us. And I don't know that we can... I don't know that I can be bothered to grind out 7 renown for either of these factions, even if it's a 584 piece. Because we'd also probably have to use up some of the, like one of the currencies, right? Either Kej or... well, not Kej, because Kej is only for the severed threads, but we'd probably have to use up resonance crystals. And I think there's something else that I want to do with my resonance crystals. A tinderbox of your own. Oh, okay, that's this 571 necklace. So again, we need to grind out two more levels of Arathi rep, which we'll do at some point. I just can't be bothered to do it right now. And yeah, sure enough, the trinket that we can get costs 450 Kej. And if it's a choice between picking up admittedly a fairly powerful trinket that's also customizable, right? It looks like this trinket, you can basically give yourself 1,000 of some of the stats, like haste and mastery and stuff like that, right? Because we could go crit and versatility. But I don't want to spend up 400. I don't want to spend 450 cash. I'd rather use that towards knowledge point books. Okay, so never mind. Should we attempt to screw it? Should we just attempt the tier 3 delve, and if we fail, we fail. I suppose if I really wanted to, I think there is a world quest up that does offer a piece of gear that does represent an eye level upgrade. Ooh. We should probably go do this world quest. Because I suppose the 60 eye levels better will only help us in that delve, right? Wait, you bought 2 Dark Moon trinkets? Oh yeah, right, because you can equip 2 of them, right? Wait, why did you pay? It cost you 15k. Are you on European realms? Maybe that's why. Or yeah, I guess being a piece of gear depends on your realm. Because I paid like 2 grand for each. Were they 15k each or 15k total you paid for both of them? Oh. Well, I mean, I don't want to make you feel bad about your purchase, but you can actually just swap over to another realm. Just create an allied race on any of the high pop realms, and you can use your warbank to transfer gold to that realm, and then use the warbank again to transfer the item back to your main. But yeah, even so, I mean, honestly, it's so ridiculous to me. Even 15k is stupidly cheap for a pre-raid bis or a pre-season bis at the start of an expansion, right? Like, that's wild. Wait, there's a tunnel through here? Is it a tunnel that's open to me? Can I just dragon ride through here? Oh, I can. Okay, fair enough. And we'll pick up a glyph on the way. I like this. I like that I can just ride through this. Uh-oh, did I fall out of it? I'm glad that they did this, because otherwise trying to figure out how to get enough vigor to actually get all the way up this wall, like up this thing, would have been a pain in the butt. Okay, let's complete this world quest real quick, get our 561 get our little 561 gloves, and then oh, I guess reset happened like 40 minutes ago and I didn't even realize. Did we get any new world quests? 574 gloves. Oh, it's back in Dornagal. But it gives us versatility and mastery. It's a higher eye level than the piece we'll get here. Plus, it does scale for PvP, which if we're playing with war mode on isn't the worst thing. Climbing gear. There's a climbing quest up as well. That'll give us a tier 2 soul sigil, which will allow us to craft another piece of higher eye level gear. 561 to 574. I mean, there's no chance that I'm gonna use up concentration or skill or have enough skill to craft anything at 574. Like, that's just going to be expensive. Uh-oh. Continuing to find the stupidest ways to die in this game. Continuing to find the stupidest ways to die in this game. All right. Yeah, so we did get some more world quests. It doesn't look like we got another special assignment. At least I'm not seeing one on the map unless I'm missing it, but I don't think I am. We'll definitely knock out this one at some point, because climbing gear for renown, I will take that deal all day, every day. All right, I guess we head back to the Isle of Dorn and we complete both of these quests and we see... Yeah, I'll probably just use my own jewel crafting to craft myself a 564 ring, because I can also pick the stats on it that way, right? No, I can't. Okay, that's not great. I mean, because technically, I think I already have I did get lucky enough to roll the stats that I need on this ring, which are crit and verse. And technically, I could just recraft it, but it'll cost me 5 artisan's acuity, and Lord knows I cannot afford to spend artisan's acuity on anything. Oh, I can probably send a personal order to someone and buy the artisan's acuity off of them. But let's be real, they're gonna charge me like 5,000 gold for their artisan's acuity, and is a 561 ring really worth 5 grand to me? Although, you know what? Let's hit the auction house and see if we can pick up some cheap higher eye level gear, because the BOE greens alone are selling for a lot more, for pretty cheap. I've been buying them at like 300 gold to disenchant, so I'm sure I can probably pick up at least a couple of them without dropping a bomb on them. Yeah, I suppose there's no point in doing this world quest until we get an overall eye level, because the reward itself may upgrade. I also need to change my Hearthstone to Dornagal. I'm still set in the Weaver's lair, which is actually just over here in Ajkahet. And the reason I did that, the reason I haven't bothered changing it back, is because there's a portal from Ajkahet to Dornagal, and so every time I need to get to Dornagal, I port to Ajkahet, go through the portal, and then forget to change my Hearthstone. All right, where are we? Our portal to Dornagal is right over here. And hopefully we'll remember to actually set our hearth in Dornagal this time. Okay, where is our inn? Is over here. Let's go and do that first and foremost. Because I think the war mode gear can't roll any higher eye level anyway. So I think it doesn't scale with eye level, right? The PvP world quests. So I think we're probably safe to complete that quest. And let's just quickly knock out this climbing quest as well. And pick up our little soul sigil. We'll figure out what we do with it later on. Although actually, no, we can just send a crafting order to our leather worker, because Lord knows I'm gonna need to craft a whole bunch of blue gear for skill ups anyway. Oh, so we have all of the climbing gear bonuses that we unlocked in Dragonflight available to us. Now I wonder if that's because... Oh yeah, sorry, I did switch off the cam for just a second because I had to grab something. Sorry, cam's back on. Did you miss my pretty face? I wonder if people who didn't complete Dragonflight get all of the rock climbing bonuses. Presumably they should, right? It would be a little bit silly if they expected people to go back and do Dragonflight content in order to be able to more effectively complete War Within world quests. It seems kind of janky, although not that even if that's exactly how it works, that would still be a far cry from the jankiest thing that Blizzard has asked us to do in recent memory. All right, we got our soul sigil, we got valor stones. I suppose technically I should be using I should have a what are the things called? I should have a contract in place prior to doing all these world quests, because it'll give me some rep to whichever faction. But it's gonna be like 5 to 15 rep, and those things are gonna cost like thousands of gold, and they're only gonna be active till Monday. I doubt I'm gonna do that many world quests between now and Monday, or between now and Tuesday. So probably not worth it. I mean, I could just hit the auction house and figure out what things cost. Oh, jeez. Kill players or subdue creatures? Oh, is this just a complete... Oh, is this one of those, like, quests where it's completely... it's a complete free-for-all? Because if so, then I need to find a group for this. Along for the ride. Nothing. Nothing. What do you think? Do you think anyone's gonna accept my party invitation? Because then at least have a couple of people who aren't trying to kill me. Right? Looks like people are already in groups. Is tagging people enough? All right, we made it to 15%. Look at how many debuffs I have. This is wacky. I also don't like how many buffs I have up at any given time. It makes it really difficult to figure out what's going on. Especially because some of these are like, I mean, enlisted, soldier of the horde, sure, right? Cool. Cool beans. Those are cool. Flight ride, skywriting. Do I really need a buff to tell me what type of skywriting I have? The time rift buff, I mean, hide it if I'm outside of the Dragon Isles, right? Wind walking, I mean, I don't know if I need to see it as a buff on myself. I already know it's a passive. What's up, Seek? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Have you already farmed up every single appearance possible in the War Within? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I completed the campaign yesterday. I unlocked Pathfinder. I hit level 80 by finding out exactly how broken level 70 scaling is. Because Lord knows I was planning on leveling myself from 77 to 80. And yeah, I did some world quests, I did some delves, and then I just happened to queue up for a dungeon, and just literally got carried through back-to-back dungeons in like less than 5 minutes by level 70s who were doing like 1.5 million DPS. And yeah, so then I abandoned I abandoned trying to level in any other way than just chain queuing dungeons. They did actually nerf that a bit, because you can no longer freeze your experience at level 70. Like above level 69 you can't freeze experience gains. Boom. Okay, world quest done. If I can make it out of this alive, yeah, there was no chance of that, was there? But okay, we got ourselves some 574 gloves. Excited about that. Excited about that. Yeah, I mean, I tried questing to, honestly, probably at lower levels, it makes sense to quest, although I don't know. Because I want to complete all the side quests. I figure if I don't get the Sojourner achievements right now, it's very unlikely that I'll get them later on in the expansion. Sorry, if my voice sounds weird, it's because I'm using a massager on my back real quick. My back just started aching really randomly. Yeah, I feel like if I don't get the Sojourner achievements right, like early on in the expansion, I'm probably not going to get them done later on. Although I might, who knows. But I figure it'll probably be what I do in between running dungeons on alts to level them up. The thing is, there's not really a great reason to level alts right now for me strictly speaking from a gold making perspective. There's not really too much that I'm gonna unlock for my alts by having them at level 80. I will make way more gold if I just spend more time in Dornogal getting through more of my alts, right? But there is a part of me that's just kind of like, well, I mean, I guess the main reason to do it would be to farm renown, right? And if I'm going to be doing those quests anyway, then I might as well do them on an alt where the experience actually matters, right? Doing them on my main doesn't give me any added advantage, whereas doing them on an alt, I'm sort of getting the experience as well as the renown and the other currencies and stuff like that. And the other reason is to farm cash. But beyond that, there's not really any great incentive for me to level alts right now. I would be better served by just doing all of like setting up my entire alt army instead. Ooh, awakened flights, awakened crest. Why am I getting flight stones? The heck? Oh, because they can turn my, oh, because I can change worms crests into aspects crest now. Oh, I guess my eye level went up significantly enough, and that's why it popped now. It is hilarious that they're it is hilarious that that theoretically I could upgrade all of my Dragonflight gear. I might as well use up the flight zones because I'm probably not going to spend them. I mean, theoretically, I could go pick up 2 of those rep tokens in Valdrakken, but do I really care enough for 100 Dragonflight rep to even bother going to Valdrakken? Is it going to be worth it? Probably not. 59% upgrade. Jeez. Okay, there we go. That brought us up to 540 eye level, which is not terrible. Let's do upgrades only in current expansion only. And let's see what's the cheapest potential upgrade. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a no-brainer. Or is it? It's not. Never mind. It's not a no-brainer. These are 548 and my main weapon is 561 right now. So if I can find something super cheap that is eye level 561 and a one-hand, presumably, then that would be an upgrade. Ooh, where'd you get the 574 neck? Is it the one from the quest here that we were just looking at? This one? Or did you have it dropped for you from somewhere? Because I don't know what eye level level 70 dungeon normal mode dungeons drop. 54, I guess. Oh, the cash quest? Wait, which one? Oh, okay. Yeah, what did I get from that? I got a trinket, which was kind of annoying because I already had some 574 trinkets. All right, let's find usable only, upgrades only, current expansion only, weapons. I mean, theoretically, I could just wing some Valor Stones and some Harbinger crests, weathered Harbinger crests, and upgrade this item. Or I just spend 900 gold. Well, I mean, I'm cheap, so I would probably just spend 400 gold for a 558 two-handed weapon. Does this represent an upgrade for me? It does not. It does not. All right, let's see. 561 Fire Flash. Are any of these upgrades for, well, I guess pawn will only tell me once I click on it. All right, so probably not going to upgrade the weapon unless we can find a one-handed. All right, let's see. Let's search for one-handed if they're cheap. Wait, why are there no one-handed weapons showing up with these filters? Current expand. What? Are there no BOE one-handers? Is that the thing? Seems very strange. But okay, let's look at armor real quick. And let's just look at the cheapest items. Okay, yeah, we'll pick up some of these. 551 for 32 gold. Yeah, let's do that. Crit and mastery, crit and mastery. I think crit and versatility is still what I need, right? 15%. Yeah, that's the highest upgrade. 15%, right? Is 550 what quality is 551? That's a rank 3. Oh, because I guess the no, these are also rank 3. What the heck is going on? Why are eye levels so weird? 548, 551. All right, let's just do the 551 and let's just grab that crit and versatility one. That was nice and cheap anyway. 32 gold. I mean, right? Who cares? I suppose what I could do. I mean, technically, I shouldn't be buying any of these because I can instead probably send a crafting order to my leather worker and craft this at 561 instead. But maybe I'll do that with my blacksmith for a second one-handed weapon instead, because that's probably the better call. 545. Yeah, let's pick up a belt. Crit and versatility. 26% upgrade. All right, let's do that. Now, the irony is I'm probably going to be selling a bunch of these for super cheap fairly soon anyway. Oh, dang it. Okay, I've been buying the blue crafted gear, but it's like eye level 548, and it's not like I can upgrade it unless I recraft it, and I'm definitely not spending artisan security on upgrading on recrafting blue like crafted gear. Like, that's not going to happen, right? But I'm probably better off just buying these 558 pieces because they're explorer track items that will that I can upgrade with Valor Stones if I really wanted to. Though again, I doubt I'm going to use up Valor Stones on I doubt I'll use up Valor Stones on explorer level gear, at least on my main. But they do start at eye level 558, and it does give me the choice as opposed to I suppose the slots that I can't get cheap enough, that I can't buy 548s for like dirt cheap on, is where I'll buy better quality versions of. Did I buy one of these already? All right, let's go pick out the stuff from our. Let's go pick out the stuff that we just bought. Okay, I didn't buy myself some pants. All right, let's equip that. Let's equip this. Current expansion only, upgrades only, usable only. I mean, I don't know if that makes a difference, but hey. So there's crit and verse, 23% upgrade. Heck yeah, let's do that. need a crit inverse belt as well. Though if we're spending 270 gold, I wonder if we should just spend a little bit more and buy the 420 version or the 558, because that is 10 more eye levels. Who gives a dang? We're gonna replace all this gear in like by tomorrow, if anything. I mean, I'm not gonna. I say that I'm not really gonna spend much time farming up gear in any case, but I just want enough. Like I want enough eye level to like be able to do things without too much pain. 415 boots. Yeah, let's do these. 415 for 558 boots. That's boots done. Technically, this is an eye level upgrade, but who gives a dang? Let's find bracers. We bought a new chest, right? No, we don't have a chest either. Okay, we should probably do these slot by slot. All right, shoulders. The heck? Oh, because we have 571 shoulders. Yeah, fair enough. So we don't need shoulders. We just bought a helm. Let's see if there's anything else that's cheap. Well, 400 gold. Who gives a dang? Waist. I think we just bought a waist, right? No, we have a waist. The heck? The hell? Oh, dang it, I bought the 545 version, but I think I paid less than this. It's 3 eye level. It's not going to make an ounce of difference in terms of anything ever. We bought boots, we bought belt, and we bought legs, so I don't need any of that boots. Feet and... Yeah, I don't care about gear either. The only reason I'm doing this is so that I can so that I don't die in like 30 seconds in the bountiful delve that we just got the key for. And the reason that I want to run the bountiful delve is to see what the rewards are like, and if I'm at all lucky, to get myself a some of the enchanting recipes. 9,000 gold for Nex? Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I'm low-key kicking myself because I swear to God, I bought a bunch of these for like 200 gold and disenchanted them. I think people have just realized the fact that that these are actually really good items for level 80s. Because I know I bought a whole bunch of these dirt cheap and disenchanted them. Hey, I needed the dust, all right? Don't hate on me. I needed dust. What do you want me to do? I'm an enchanter. Would you waste gold on transmog? Cause see, I'm big on that. Like I don't know that I would ever use my gold for transmog, other than like very rare exceptions. Oh yeah, you were there when we were buying all that stuff super cheap, and I was like, I'm sure greens will stay this cheap. I should have probably held on to a couple of them. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at as well. If I have to buy transmogs off of vendors, like the black market auction house vendor that's going away, that chick I definitely spent a good amount of gold on transmog at. Like a couple 100,000 gold I spent on transmog with her. And beyond that, like if there's like, because like tier 2 and tier 1 and some of the other tiers, there are like BOE items that you can just buy off the auction house for like less than 100 gold. I'll pick up those for transmog purposes, but nothing else really. All right, let's go ahead and equip all of our... I don't think we spent more than like 2,000 gold on all of these items. I should probably figure out which of these trinkets I want to equip. Though I already have eye level 577 trinkets. Your damaging spells and abilities have the chance to grant vivaciousness, increasing secondary stats by 805 and speed or avoidance by 91 based on the school it was activated from. The hell does that mean, Blizzard? Why do they insist on just giving us the most crappy descriptions of things? What do you mean by on the school it was activated from? Maybe the school of like the Dark Moon card? Because I think there's like 4 different cards. Oh, for Christ's sake. Oh, okay. So you're saying like Arcane Holy Shadow. I don't know. What do monks do? Nature damage? So is nature going to give me speed or avoidance? Because if it's speed, I always want more speed. But if it's going to give me avoidance, I could care less. Which is also why I die all the time. All right, we're eye level 540. We're solidly eye level 548. Are there any other like major slots that we can replace? Well, probably this ring. Let's see if there's any like cheap rings that we can pick up. Because I think those are the only like super low eye level slots. And again, the only reason I'm doing all of this is so that I can hopefully not get completely raffle stomped in. Yeah, I'm not paying $5 grand for a friggin' eye level 558 ring. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Sell your wares elsewhere. I suppose I could just craft myself a 564 ring. The only problem is it's going to be completely RNG dependent on what stats I get on it. So it could slap. RNGesus could smile upon us and we could get another crit and versatility ring. But most likely we're going to get something crappy and we'll have wasted another 1700 gold on something that we aren't going to upgrade. I mean, the move, if I didn't care about Artisan's Acuity, right, then I would just recraft the ring that we already got to roll with crit and burst for us. And I would re-roll this and just add in the empowerment. The problem is that I need to use up 5 Artisan's Acuity, which I'm not willing to do. I suppose I could send a crafting order to an alt on whom I don't care enough about the art, like I don't care about Artisan's Acuity on. But I don't know, that seems like effort. And Lord knows I'm lazy as all heck. Ooh. Okay. We've got new patron crafting orders. Let's do it. All right, let's do our patron crafting orders. This is still. I don't know how to feel about this. I do not know how to feel about this. The fact that we're getting so many additional crafting orders during early access just doesn't sit super well with me. But hey, it is what it is. I'm not the one who made the rules. Don't get mad at me, right? Yeah, screw it. Let's use it to concentration. Because these will sell for 4 grand. And this will sell for 14 grand. So that's, 18,000 gold for 90 concentration. Let's do it. I mean, to be fair, we haven't sold the first one, so I don't know if I'm talking. Maybe they're not selling at all. Codified Greenwood. Dude, this one's crazy. 42,000 gold for this, right? 42,000 gold and another 4,000. So that's 46,000 gold in rewards. Not even mentioning the 68 gold here, but that'll basically just pay for this a little bit. And all we have to supply is Storm Dust and a Codified Greenwood. Dude, sign me up. Sign me up. This is a great deal. I wonder if we'll get knowledge points. I need to unlock jewel crafting orders as well. Just need to push to skill level 62. Dude, if I get trapped behind here again, I literally had to hearth earlier today because I got trapped behind this thing. Wait, did I? Okay, I did set my hearthstone to Dornicle, thank God. I thought I forgot again. What did we come over to here to buy? We came over to buy a Codified Greenwood, which is not an armor piece, so let's remove that very unhelpful filter. Ooh. I just realized that we may potentially need to use up concentration if this takes away some stats from us. All right, let's loot our stack of Pentagold Reviews and our Crystallized Augment Rune. You pay for it? Yeah, fair enough. Either way, my point is, like, everyone was complaining about the fact that Blizzard had made early access too much pay to win. And my point is, having things like patron crafting orders doesn't make that look any better. Although I suppose the argument that you can make more gold is kind of out of the window because of the fact that they sell the token, right? Like, the fact that tokens, you can go and buy a token, means that anything that allows you to earn more gold, they're completely within their rights to charge you more money for, right? Because no matter what you do, at some point or the other, you're going to be able to Like you can literally buy gold legally, right? That's completely within the rules. So I suppose it's a bit silly of me to be like, well, they're letting me make more gold because I paid them more money. They don't care. They'll literally sell me the gold. All right, so it looks like these are listed for a whole bunch, but I don't think anyone's actually buying them. I could imagine someone buying the one that gives you plus 20 skill. I would imagine that there should be some decent bit of demand for that, if I can find the item in my bags. Oh, we haven't done the quest yet for the 42,000 gold. I am losing it, dear Lord. We didn't do the patron crafting order that rewards of 42,000 gold. I don't know, like, is it bugged? Did they not give it to me? Blizzard, what are you doing? Oh, and I also forgot to use the shatter essence thing. This is why I say people say do as I say and not as I do, because I'm a moron. I forget things all the dang time. Just earlier on in the stream, I was saying make sure that you always shatter something before you do any crafting orders for enchanting, simply because of the fact that this buff will cost you 9 gold, and if resourcefulness procs, it'll more than pay for itself. Okay, thankfully I don't need to use up any concentration to guarantee this at rank 2. And so we literally just turned, I mean, like 700 gold into 46,000 gold. And we got enchanting skill out of that. I love it. I love it. OP. Patron crafting orders are dope. I say that now. Flash forward like a week until I'm whining about how they're too expensive and they don't reward enough. My enchanting tree? Yeah, of course you can. For now, because I haven't spent any points anywhere that I'm not willing to share. No, either way, I'm actually planning on putting out some videos. So if you haven't checked out my YouTube channel, please do. But I'm going to be putting out some videos there for like low effort gold making, right? Builds that you can do that sort of don't cost you much, or at least don't require a lot of effort or sweatiness. But yeah, basically, what you want to do right away is the first 20 knowledge points you have, you want to put the first 5 into ephemerals, enrichments, and equipment. Unlock the first sub-specialization, and then take deceptive decorations. The reason you want to do this is that basically you'll put 15 points in here, right? So we've spent a total of 20 knowledge points so far, but at each of these nodes, not the last one, so don't spend all of your knowledge points here, but you want to put 15 points in here at least, because each of these will give you more, will teach you at least 5 to 6 recipes. So basically 2 of these points give you 5 recipes and 2 of them give you 6 recipes, each of which you can craft for your first craft bonus, which will give you back a knowledge point, as well as 5 artisan acuity. So by doing this whole thing, you get 110 artisan acuity that you wouldn't have otherwise, plus you actually make 2 knowledge points. Like you get 2 more knowledge points than you invested in. So overall, it's a win around based off of those things alone. But also the bulk of enchanting crafting orders you get are going to be for these glimmerful glamours, and I think that's what they're called. And so it's a no-brainer. This is where you want to go first. And then the second talent tree that I would recommend unlocking is literally just unlocking this tree. You don't have to put any points in here unless you want to, because you'll get this nice little shatter essence buff. That'll give you 15 more resourcefulness, ingenuity, and multicraft, which translates to about 1.5%, I believe, which is also great. And enchanting is expensive to level up, but it's not particularly hard to get to 60 skill, at which point you'll unlock a third one of these anyway, and then you just have to push to 75 to get the 4th one. How did I get the patron orders? So the patron orders, interestingly enough, you unlock at 62 skill. I'm not sure why it works that way. 62 seems kind of arbitrary, but yeah, at skill level 62 is when patron crafting orders show up. So yeah, to be fair, enchanting is the only profession that I've actually gotten up to 62 skill. So I figured that out, but I need to do it for my other characters as well, because patron crafting orders are dope so far. And it's a good way to get some free skills because it'll give you at least some of the mats, right? So at least it subsidizes your profession leveling a little bit if you're lucky with RNG. I'm not sure if that's gonna be how it works after like regular go live tonight, because on the beta you had access to patron crafting orders from skill level 1, which was also kind of broken. And my entire Artisan's Acuity shuffle idea after all the nerfs relies heavily on the idea that you can do patron crafting orders from skill level 1. If Blizzard has nerfed that and made it so that you only get patron crafting orders after skill level 60 or 62, 62 just seems insanely arbitrary to me, so I'm not sure why they picked 62. But if you do need 62 in order to have any patron crafting orders show up, then the Artisan's Acuity shuffle is just going to be too much gold and too much effort for me to bother with. The only things that I may still do is I may still pick up enchanting on any character, like any of those characters, to do this little thing of going through this tree, because you do get another 110 Artisan's Acuity, which is almost enough Artisan's Acuity to buy a whole recipe in and of itself. And I am of the belief that buying the recipes that require Artisan's Acuity is probably one of the better ways to make gold. Because getting your profession tools is, I think, going to be what most people do early on. I don't know how many people are going to spend their Artisan's Acuity on buying recipes, which means by default you will have less competition for them. I mean, if we just look at this one, right? This one is one of the more gated recipes, right? Chant of Armored Leech. You know why? It's very simple, because no one wants to spend 150 Artisan's Acuity plus grind out 1500 Kej early on in order to unlock this recipe. And so just getting this recipe alone, even if you're crafting these at rank 1, you're making 5,000 gold profit per craft, right? That's amazing. That's amazing. You could literally use this recipe to level up to, something probably up until a pretty stupid enchanting level, and more than have it pay for itself, right? And so I may do some of these, to be honest. I hadn't looked quite as deep into these, but this may be a good idea. This may be what I need to do first. Like, obviously I'll put knowledge points into everlasting enchantments. This is the tree that I plan on going into, right? I haven't decided which like sub spec to go into, and even further than that. Yeah, I don't know. I need to figure out how much Artisan's Acuity I'm actually going to end this week with, and how many we get tomorrow, and then how many I'm going to get next, like on Tuesday. Depending on all of that, I'll figure out whether I want to spend my Artisan's Acuity on getting my profession tools first, or on getting my on buying recipes first, because I think there is a case to be made for spending them on recipes instead. My original plan was to just craft myself the epic this one, the Rune Nulled Stone Rod, the epic profession tool for enchanting, because it'll definitely pay for itself. The only thing is, I'm not sure the reason to do that. At least my thinking was, I'll do that so that I can get the 10 bonus skill, and then I should be able to guarantee rank 3 enchants for whichever talent tree I pick, simply by using rank 3 materials, right? So let's say we go into not supplementary shattering. That's not the tree we want to go into. Everlasting enchantments is the overall enchanting tree, right? We put 5 points in there. And then let's say we picked accentuated accessories, right? So we have 20 points in here, and then we have 20 points in Arathor. I mean, we don't even need to go that far. Just by going in here, we can already guarantee these at rank 3. And as a result, we can see here that that rank 3s, even with all of your knowledge points spent, right? 45 points into this, you can't turn a profit on these, even selling guaranteed rank 3s. Jeez, that's depressing. Jeez. Heck, even if we not supplementary shattering. I don't know why it keeps telling me to go into supplementary shattering, because I don't care about that. Even if we went 30 points in here, 20 points in here, we don't even need to go that hard, to be honest. And we hit 20 points in here, so we've spent a total now of 70 knowledge points. We're only gonna make 3% on these rings. The numbers didn't look this bleak this morning. I definitely waited too long to do this. But honestly, I got burnt really bad by enchanting in Dragonflight, where I was too hasty with spending my knowledge points, and it set me back a couple of weeks. And more than that, it just at a certain point I got I felt really burnt out, where I was like, I broke my enchanting. Nothing's gonna be worth it anymore, and that almost got me to quit the game for a little bit. So, because basically I spent all my knowledge points in disenchanting, because I thought that would be a great way to make gold. I didn't realize that the disenchanting tree really only works well if you're planning on running a whole bunch of content. Then it makes sense. Yo, wait, what? Oh, these are Dragonflight crests. No, never mind. I was going to do it, but then I realized that the order's remaining 4 isn't going to change, and my hope is that I unlock, that I get the Bountiful Delve at the very least drops one of these crest recipes for me. Ideally, the Weathered Harbinger crest recipe, but I'll take any of the 3 because, well, not the nascent. I don't want the nascent one yet. But I want definitely Weathered, or ideally I want Weathered, right? That'll be the easiest to find customers for, is this Weathered one, because everyone has Weathered crests now. But the nascent wouldn't be too bad as well, because I think these you can get before the season starts. I may be mistaken there though. Either way, I want some of these crest recipes, because those will be easy to sell crafting orders for, and also it will give us enchanting skill that I don't need to spend 1,600 gold per craft on. Oh, we were supposed to do the Algari mana oil. I was supposed to craft some of this, because of the fact that I figured out that I can actually guarantee I can craft them at rank 3 simply by using better quality materials. All right, let's do this real quick as well. Yeah, 186 artisans concentration, which is 69 gold per concentration. Nice. And I only need to use 2. How far are we from 234 skill? Yeah, that's gonna take us a while. Should we do one of these? Should we use up some of our concentration and craft this, or should I just keep them for enchants, for core enchants? What do you think? 12,000 gold. The thing is, Trade Skill Master is telling us that these do actually sell. Someone is buying up these rank 3 mana oils. I suppose it's not too unbelievable, because people are already pushing delves and pushing different things. All right. And I'm gonna need to switch up my camera for a couple of minutes. Hopefully you guys don't miss my face for too long. I don't know. I'm in two minds. On one hand, I'm tempted to do this because it is 12,000 gold. On the other hand, I'm wondering if saving up my concentration is probably a better call. I also need to push jewel crafting the rest of the way, because seeing 1,000 concentration is upsetting to me, because I'm like, that's just wasted potential, right? Like, being capped on concentration is not something that I want to do at any point of this expansion. I mean, admittedly, I am doing it for all of my alts. I think maybe I should just craft this. We'd need another 100, we would need another 100 skill, which I don't think we're gonna get anytime soon for jewel crafting, in order to guarantee that to concentrate and craft this at rank 3. So we might as well go ahead and do this, right? It'll give us rank 2 ambivalent ambers, right? Are ambivalent ambers worth a dang thing though? A respectable quantity of ambivalent ambers. I have no idea what that means. I would hope that rank 2 means that we get more ambivalent ambers out of this than we get from it, but it doesn't say anywhere that that's going to be the case. Oh yeah, what? These are profitable to craft at rank 1? All right, let's do these. Shit. All right, we have to do it for the first craft bonus anyway. All right, let's. I am getting way too distracted. We're supposed to be doing our delve, and instead, like a moron, I'm sitting here jewel crafting. Solid ambers are selling for 3,750 gold for a rank 2? Dude, what? Am I bugging? Well, for jewel crafting, I haven't fully decided on a build just yet. But I'm almost certainly not going to go into gem cutting. Just because I feel like margins are going to disappear. I mean, look, margins for everything are going to disappear pretty quickly, to be fair. But I think I'm actually going to go into shaping and then either glasswork or masonry, and just churn out crafting mats, because they don't need as many knowledge points. And I mean, the required skill for them is not going to be as high. Solid amber. Yeah, screw it. Let's use up concentration. Get this thing done. We could be the first to sell this at rank 3. Dude, what? Who listed this for 2,800? I mean, it is kind of wild that we can guarantee a rank 3 craft of this, and it is kind of wilder that no one else is selling these. 2,800 is ridiculous. I mean, that's just stupidly low. But do we want to take that much risk? I mean, it's not like the mats are going to be particularly expensive. I mean, I say that, but they're probably pretty pricey. They're probably pretty expensive, right? Let's see what it's selling us here. I doubt at this point, right? Who's buying a rank 3 blue gem before, I mean, heroic dungeons are even open? I mean, I'm already a bit skeptical that anyone's gonna pay 4,000 gold for this, for the 250 stamina gem. But I mean, maybe there's someone out there I'm less skeptical that someone will pay 4,000 gold for this than I am that someone will pay like 100,000 gold or whatever the correct price for this. Yeah, see, this one's going for 80,000 gold for the rank 3. No one's. I mean, I'd be very, very skeptical that anyone's paying 100,000 gold for 176 haste. Versus 159 for like 20 more haste. They're gonna spend 94,000 more, 93,500 gold. Yeah, but I get that it's a stamina gem, but would you spend 94,000 gold for 20 more haste or crit? Probably not, right? I mean, the only people I can imagine doing that are maybe the people who are trying to go for like world firsts, but guess what? They're not buying them off the auction house. They have teams that like literally do all this stuff for them. Yeah, because I watched all of the like race the world first documentaries, because I was curious how they get all their crafting done. And yeah, they just literally have like they have like treasurers, and they have like people who manage all the gold, and then also dedicated crafters who literally try to be the world first to be able to guarantee max level crafts on all these things that they can just supply to all these world first raids. Dude, again, yeah, so like all of these, we could, right? Oh, really? You can loan them gold? Dude, what? Is that actually a thing? I feel like that's the oldest scam in World of Warcraft, where people are like, oh, can you loan me gold and I'll pay it back to you in interest? Like, that's how you get scammed? Really though, I don't think they would have. I don't think they would have any issue with having enough gold though, because keep in mind, all those Race the World First guilds, they sell like mythic runs, they sell heroic dungeons, mythic dungeons, they sell mythic plus. Some of them probably also sell glad, right? They make a decent amount of gold off of that, but they're also literally the first in the world to have like the raid BOEs, right? They have They have, what do you call it? Yeah, they have like the raid recipes that they get, right? Like they have a bunch of stuff that they can sell. They're at the cutting edge of the game, and that doesn't just mean that they're like, I mean, they also have the most use for those items, but they're also the first to get like, I mean, all those like all these crazy recipes that you see from like the raid enchants, right? Like, I doubt anyone, I doubt any group had more elemental lariat recipes than the members of like freaking Echo or Liquid or you know what I mean? Like any method, like any of those world first guilds probably have more of those recipes than anyone else, and those all sell for a couple million gold, right? Like, so I'm skeptical that they would need to borrow any gold. And yeah, exactly, Midro. Like, I would assume that they can just get sponsors to like pay them, to pay for tokens. But again, I seriously doubt that they would have any issue like generating enough gold that they would need to like borrow from people. But hey, I mean, maybe they just don't have that much liquid, which would be odd for a guild literally named Liquid. Okay. Gladiator costs 20 mil. Yo, not gonna lie, low-key tempted. Low-key tempted. What's the point of making all this gold if I never spend it on anything fun, huh? I think I had actually looked into buying Glad a couple seasons ago, like a couple expansions ago, and it wasn't that much. I think it was like 5 million gold or something like that. The main issue was the guy was like, yeah, you're gonna have to be online for like 6 hours a day for like 3 days in a row. And I was like, again, it's the same reason I didn't buy the Awakened mount, right? If I could just trade someone 1 million gold and get the Awakened mount, I would do that. If it was just at a vendor for 1 million gold, I would have done it. The problem is it's not just 1 million gold or 500,000 gold, I think is how much it was going for in the last couple days. The problem was that they needed me to be at my computer for 6 hours, like just /follow. I can't craft because I'm in combat, and it was just too boring. And I was like, I have too many other things that I need to do on my main account to bother. Yeah, exactly. I know it's all the I know it's all the normal raids. You underestimate how much I suck. Even when I have a guild carrying me, I will. They think it'll take them 3 hours, but I will die so hard that it will take them 6 hours to get through normal mode. Oh, did you? All right. Well, we have a new expansion. I'll happily take up your invite for the War Within raids. I promise I'm not actually that bad. But yeah. See now, okay, tell me guys, do you think anyone's gonna pay 50,000 gold for this, for 181 primary stat? Let me set the context for you. All right, they managed to get a 574 piece of gear, right, that they can upgrade all the way to like 580 something, that rolled with the socket. Now, would they be willing to pay 50,000 gold for 181 primary stat? Do you think this item makes sense for us to attempt to craft at rank 3 and sell? It doesn't look like we can do it profitably yet. Oh yeah, sure. Of course you can get my BNet. It's Achilles #1746. Let me drop it in chat. Can I copy out of here? All right, I just dropped it in chat. Crafted gear with sparks, yeah, will be a lot of gold. The only thing is I don't like the craft, like I don't like engaging with the crafting order system for a couple of reasons. A, you need to spend a bunch of time in trade chat, and I play on North American realms, but I do not live anywhere near North America. And so like right now it is 8:30 p.m. for me, and it's 11:30 server time. If I needed to be on at peak hours, which is probably when you're going to make the most gold from crafting orders, it would be like 3 or 4 a.m. for me, which my wife gets mad when I stay up that late. that aside, I mean, you can make a little bit more profit on off-peak hours by being online, just because the fact that there's less competition. And so the other thing is that, like, at least in Dragonflight, every time I tried to sell a crafting order, I ended up having to waste a bunch of time explaining to people in chat like what they needed, that they needed to buy rank 3 mats. And like I'm more than happy explaining things on stream or like on video, but trying to explain things through chat, and most of the time, like, the system just wasn't explained well enough to your average player. And so I just never really had a great time with it. I mean, actually, let's do this. I haven't done too many crafting orders in the War Within, so we'll take a look here. All factions, all realms, not even in the last month. Let's look at all time, and hopefully this should update. All right, yeah, I made about 600,000 gold from crafting orders, right? And that too, I mean, these were like early expansion, right? 594 days ago is literally like week 1, I want to say, of Dragonflight. But there's a very quick drop off, right? There were 5 times that I made more than 10,000 gold from a single crafting order. And you better believe that it took me like at least 20 to 30 minutes of explaining to the person, like, okay, no, you need to get this quality mats. All right, you need to resend the crafting order to me because personal order, I can't guarantee rank 5 on this unless you give me better quality mats and whatever. Yeah, my chat alert. Lord knows if there's an add-on out there, I need to have installed it. All right, let me pick it up and I'll see if I actually use it. Oh, it's abandoned though. Is there an updated version? Is there like a different version that works for the War Within? Because it literally says in the title that it's abandoned. Does it still work? Nah, if it works, it works. Oh, that's a good call. That's a good call. Yeah, I'll set it up at some point. I do have my banker account that's usually logged in. The past few days, I haven't been playing my banker account much, just because of the fact that I've been running WoW at max settings, and it sometimes gets a little bit goofy with trying to run multiple instances at max settings with OBS. I mean, I'll usually drop the settings on my banker character anyway. Welcome to the stream. I see we have a bunch more people joining us. Welcome, everyone. We are in Dornegal talking about how much I hate crafting orders. No, but that said, I mean, I do expect that I will make a decent amount of gold this expansion as well through crafting orders, right? 650,000 gold in crafting order commissions is nothing to scoff at. Now, it's not pure profit because in some of those cases I did use up artisan's metal, and presumably in this expansion I will probably end up selling some of my concentration, right? Like, I don't think it's going to be 100% of my concentration that I'm going to use up there. But I mean, there will be some amount of concentration that I sell and stuff like that. So it will primarily be profit, and probably just by spending knowledge points on things that I actually want skill in, I will be able to fulfill some of these crafting orders. Because Lord knows patron crafting orders are not a good way to make gold. I mean, if you're lucky, you'll get a 70 gold commission without having to spend anything on mats. But those are extremely rare. I mean, if you get lucky, you'll get some of those items that you can sell, right? But not a lot, I guess. LVUI. I feel like I used LVUI at some point in my 20-year WoW journey. I just don't know that... what's the main advantage? I think it just looks cooler, right? And it has a bunch of things built in. I think the issue I had was when I was using LVUI is like a new patch dropped and it broke LVUI. And so for like 3 days, I basically couldn't play the game because my interface was just too screwed up. Oh, it's not on Curse. Is it worth getting into it? I know people that are like super into LVUI. Oh, buddy, my RAM. I mean, to be fair, I have 32 gigs of DDR5, so I don't think I should have too much issue with RAM. But yeah, I mean, the other add-ons I have right now alone are using about 2 gigs of RAM, right? I'm using 25 between WoW and streaming and add-ons and everything. I'm using up 25 gigs of RAM right now. So, all right, fair enough. Fair enough. You have a point. I probably can't afford to spend any more RAM on my UI. Quality 5 settings. I could do that, and I probably will end up dropping my settings at a certain point. I was doing a lot of campaign stuff, and it's a new expansion, so I wanted to see, felt like I wanted to experience WoW on max quality. But yeah, eventually I will probably just end up dropping settings to minimum and leaving them there, because that's what I did for the majority of Dragonflight. Even though I have a 4070 Super, so I'm not like I don't have an underpowered graphic card by any stretch of the imagination, at least by World of Warcraft standards, right? A 4070 Super is more than enough to play World of Warcraft with 2 instances. The issue is, I think, between OBS and then encoding the stream and then sometimes recording, as well as I use my graphic card to do a bunch of AI adjustments to my camera to like remove the background and to like center the camera and all that fun stuff. And so I think between all of that is when my graphic card starts to die if I try and run multiple clients at maximum graphic settings for WoW. But I suppose it also doesn't really matter all that much, because I mean, whether you're on low settings or on max settings, I mean, for things like mounts and transmog, it makes a pretty big difference. But for gold making, it makes no difference whatsoever. Maybe it makes like a 10% difference if you're actually like trying to identify transmog pieces that'll sell well. But let's be honest, who does that? Who does that in 2024? Like, I know a lot of people made gold that way in like earlier expansions, but I don't think anyone really did that in like anyone still does that. You just look at the trade skill master graph and figure out what's gonna sell and what's not, right? So this toy will give us a first craft bonus, which is nice, and we can craft it profitably. The issue is we were gonna have to spend 45,000 gold to make a 4,000 gold profit if we're lucky. And I don't know if I'm willing to take that much risk. I suppose it's like a 10% profit margin, and hey, I'm sitting on 30 million gold, so if anyone can afford to take the hit, it's probably me. And I suppose we could get it a little bit cheaper if we craft our own inverted prisms, although not by much, right? What does it look like after we updated the numbers here? Oh, for sure. Thank you so much for dropping by, Legendarism. Thank you for the follow as well. I think you followed, right? You followed today? Yeah, you followed like 4 hours ago. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, have a good one out there. May RNGesus be with you. And hopefully you make a lot of gold during this expansion. Oh, I think I need to accept your yeah, here we go. Legendarism. All right. So, I don't know. What do y'all think? Should we spend 42,000? No, we shouldn't, because the toy has already dropped to 26,000 gold. Who is this joke? We're selling it for 26,000 gold. I mean, they were selling it at 48,000 gold. Who decided to just destroy the profit margin for all of us who are leveling jewel crafting? This is the thing that sucks with the profession sometimes, where it's like, I mean, this knowledge point, you will get a first craft bonus, right? Great. But you're going to have to spend 20,000, you're going to have to lose 20,000 gold in order to get it, which I'm never going to be excited about. All right, let's see what we need to do to level up jewel crafting further. We're at skill level 54. And so we can craft one more right-handed magnifying glass to get to skill level 55. And then after that, we're kind of stuck. Though to be fair, I think at 50 skill, we can already unlock 2 different talent trees, right? Yeah, at skill levels 25, 50, and 75. Does unlocking the jewel crafting tree in and of itself give us anything? No, jewel crafting tree itself doesn't teach us anything. But the one I meant to ask about was the gem cutting one. Booty. We're gonna have to, because just learning this only allows us to use finishing reagents on the gem cuts that we have. But we would need to go 10 points in to unlock any of these sub-specializations that'll give us gems that we can cut till higher levels. So that leaves us with basically the only way to level up jewel crafting at this stage is going to be either let's see if there's any recipes here as well that we can pick up on the cheap. 2,000 gold, cinder nectar, 20,000 gold, design. Ooh, no real good choices, are there? No real good choice. I mean, let's see if there's, again, I mean, artisan, I could use up artisan security, right? Very easily could do that. Very easily could do that. The problem is that I want to use up my artisan security for enchanting. And if anything, I'm going to use them for artisans for enchanting recipes anyway that require artisan security, or for the tools. I could try and flip it. I could. But honestly, with the amount of people who are leveling it, there's going to be more. There's going to be more supply. There's definitely going to be more supply. I don't know how many people are spending 45,000 gold to buy a toy on day one, especially because it's a beautification iris which focuses a colored beam of light through a gemstone towards a helpless critter. How many people are really going to spend 45,000 on day one of the expansion to have this toy? Is there anyone out there who's like, oh my god, I can focus a colored beam on a helpless critter every 10 minutes? 45,000 gold. Let me spend the equivalent of $5 worth of gold on the toy. I mean, phrasing it as $5 to be fair, people would spend a lot more for that than that, but I don't know how many people are going to spend 50,000 gold for this. It has no inherent value, I guess is my point, right? It's just collectors and people who want to have toys to begin with. But again, the season hasn't started, so it's not even like they can show off to their friends at the start of the raid or whatever, right? I think the move actually, I think a non-terrible way of leveling up jewel crafting is probably doing what I was saying and just going, I was going to say balls deep, but I'll say balls to the wall into the glasswork or the masonry tree, because at 15 points in, right, which is not that many, we have 30 points right now, we can definitely get to 10, right, and then we can pick one of these trees and max it out, and then we'll come back here and spend another 10 points in here and then try and max out the other tree as well. But either of those pathways will give us one of these, right? We'll either learn this crafting reagent or this prismatic nullstone, right, which are embellishments. Can you throw an embellishment on a non-spark item though? Presumably, because they are selling, right? Trade Skill Master is showing us some sales for these, right? I mean, the prices are wacky on them. I don't know who's spending 11,000 for the rank 1 if the rank 2 is 12,000 gold. But I mean, it looks like there is some sort of sales happening, right? The region average daily sold is showing a non-zero amount. My only question is, what items do you put these on? Can you put this on the blue crafted gear? If you can put it on the blue crafted gear, then there will be demand for them. If it's only on this, well, what are the spark crafted gears? Secondary. Oh yeah, okay, you can throw an embellishment on this, so there will be a non-zero amount of demand for embellishments. So I think that's low-key what we need to do, is go hard on one of these, and I'm more inclined to go with this one just because the masonry, the item that we're going to learn, is cheaper to craft, and so it's just less risky to craft a whole bunch of these. And the price difference between the rank 2, the rank 1 and the rank 2 sort of makes a little bit more sense. And it looks like people are buying the rank 1s. Increases effectiveness of Blasphemite secondary effects by 25%. I don't know what the Blasphemite's secondary effects are, but that sounds pretty powerful. Chance to deal bonus magic damage. This sounds less lit. And also it's just... No, sorry, 1 second. This one's cheaper to craft, right? Ooh. This one is cheaper to craft. And just using rank 1 materials, we can already craft this with pretty high quality. I wonder what skill... Like, all right, let's simulate this, shall we? Let's max out all of our talent trees here. And if we don't use concentration, but we use all the rank 3 materials, we use better profession equipment, can we guarantee it at rank 3? We're still 124 skills short. Why is that? Well, I mean, first of all, because of the fact that we're using freaking Dragonflight profession equipment. That'll definitely do it. Where's my jewel crafting tool? I thought I bought a jewel crafting tool. Yeah, I have one right here. What are we doing, Craft Sim? Why is Craft Sim doing this to me? All right, let's see here. If we do max out these trees, right? We spend a total of 45 knowledge points, and we get to this point, right? Even using rank 3 materials, we can't guarantee it at rank 3 without concentration. And if we're going to use concentration, then we want to use rank 2 materials and concentration. Oh, I think it's glitching out because no one's tried to sell the rank 3 version of this for whatever reason. I mean, probably a decent enough reason in that probably no one cares about this item. Why though? So do higher item level, do higher quality embellishments? They add less recipe difficulty, which means that they should be cheaper to craft that way. But are they also better? Like, is this just a tooltip issue, and the rank 3 version of this will give you better stats than, like, will give you more 25%ness than the rank 2 or the rank 1? Or is it because of the fact that this says 25% in the description, the only difference between the rank 1 and the rank 3 is the recipe difficulty that it adds? That's a question to chat, by the way, in case any of y'all know. I literally don't think I've ever crafted a piece of... I don't think I've ever used a piece of embellished gear, which is why I don't know that. But are embellishments... I'm guessing for something like this, the rank 3 probably does more damage than the rank 1, right? Because it doesn't say any... It doesn't mention a percentage here. But I'm thinking that maybe for this nullstone item, because of the fact that it just says a flat 25%, the only difference between the rank 1 and the rank 3 is going to be the recipe difficulty. All right, quick break, and then we will be right back, and then yeah, and then we'll see how much longer we keep the stream going, because I think my wife's gonna be home pretty soon and I need to have dinner with her. All right, see you guys in a sec. All right, we are back. Like I said, we're probably going to be ending the stream in a little bit here. But while I was on break, I was checking out something that I recommend most players do, which is check out the competitive WoW subreddit, because they always have, admittedly, very degen things on there as well. But some really good information generally. So the scaling, like I said, is whack, and leveling alt armies through normal dungeons are great. The thing to note though is that something interesting that they've mentioned here is actually the fastest delve to do is the Tak Rathan delve. Apparently you can get it done in like a minute and a half. People are doing it in 1.05 minutes, which is wild. Which one is that? Which delve is that? Because maybe we can farm some delves quickly then. Because that was a whole reason we came back to Dornogal, was to upgrade our gear, and then I got distracted by trying to level jewel crafting. Now, I know there's a delve in here, Tak Rathan Abyss. Okay. Okay. I doubt I will be good enough to speed run this, but hey, if people are doing it in a minute and a half, I might be able to do it in like 5 minutes, which is not too bad for a delve clear time. Wait, what's the reward for this? Companion experience and resonance crystal. Fair enough. And also, apparently the special assignments you can do on level 70 characters. So the little special assignment that we finished off here earlier on stream. Apparently you can do it on alts and they will still get the level 80 rewards. Which, depending on what we do, depending on what drops from those boxes, could be kind of a great way to farm up recipes, because that's the main thing I care about. I know I opened a Wowhead tab with some of the special assignments. Let's see if I can find that tab again. Special assignments, seasoned adventures cache. All right, let's see what drops from this. Well, we'll get the bountiful delve keys, which are handy, right? You'll get level 80 gear out of this, even on a level 70. Apparently that's being tested. What else drops from these? What else of interest to us? Let's see here. Gear, cool. I mean, it's not a bad thing to have more pieces of gear for our like end game gear for our level 70s. We'll get resonance crystals, cool. I mean, not a huge. I mean, those are endlessly farmable. Harbinger crests and coffer keys. Those are nice. Okay, but not anything super OP. My hope is that they would contain recipes, but it says no, just containing materials for upgrading gear, gold, and more. The first 2 will contain a piece of adventure gear, and the first 4 will give us restored coffer keys. Now, the restored coffer keys, I'm not too concerned about. Well, actually, sorry, no. I think the coffer keys, I think recipes can drop from those, right? Does it say here contains restored coffer key? Let's see if we can find a Wowhead page that shows what the rewards from what's it called? From bountiful delves. What do we get from bountiful delves? I'm sure it's on here somewhere. Because if there's recipes that drop from it, then we're on board. Because my understanding is, I think we're locked to tier 4 delves during early access. I think that goes up to tier 8 like tonight or later today for North American players. which could mean that we could technically get champion gear. I don't think I'm going to be competent enough at delves to clear a tier 8 delve anytime soon. Okay, Bountiful Coffer is the reward. It'll have a Radiant Echo, bonus currencies, curios, and more. Do they drop any recipes though? Because I know the mount, I think you can only get once the season begins, right? This Bountiful Delve quest won't show up until we do that. Mount rewards is fine. I mainly just want to know where we get... because I'm fairly certain there's some recipes that we get from doing the delves, right? Or rather from doing Bountiful Delves. Though I'm not seeing anything here. It says title season 1 rewards are title rewards, mount rewards, cosmetic rewards, and delve themed cosmetic helms. I mean, cool, but do I really care about any of those for gold making? Not really, right? It's not like I'm farming or anything like that, so it's not like having a higher eye level is going to make me more efficient at farming and therefore give me more gold. From a strictly profession standpoint, let's put it that way. From a profession standpoint, is there any reason for me to be doing Bountiful Delves? Because it's a thing to do, right? And so I kind of want to test it out for that purpose alone. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any recipes, right? Bountiful Delves, all right, let's see here. I mean, I'm guessing it gives you... I don't even think the delves give us renown, right? Is there any reason? Am I missing anything? Cooking recipe. Oh, okay, we gotta go pick up this cooking recipe. I'm glad that they finally nerfed these spore bits. That was one of the bugs that I reported in the beta, because spore bits in delves would just completely wipe you. These like little mob things that look like just spores. Those were god awful. I think I literally died to them like 3 times in... what are we doing here? Why did we skip forward so many tabs? Where were we? We were here. All right, let's refresh Wowhead's homepage right now. Best add-ons for War Within. Let's take a quick look at that. Yeah, they were annoying as all hell. Exactly. They fixed them. They fixed them. I mean, at least that's what the Wowhead article is saying. Yeah, spore bits have been nerfed. They no longer respawn after being killed, and Spore Explosion now has a 1.5 second cast instead of 1 second. It says that they fixed them last night, so... yeah, they were really annoying. I remember when I was running my first... like, I ran a delve to test out the delves, and yeah, dude, it was just like chain ganking me. On the beta, at least. And I'm sure it sounds like they didn't fix it on live until just now. All right, let's see what add-ons Wowhead is recommending. Of course, they're recommending the Wowhead client. I probably should download the client at some point. I just haven't bothered to. Bugsack we have. Baginator is amazing. Cannot say enough good things about it. Details we have. I think I have Bigwigs installed. Not that I use it much. I think I had Kui nameplates or Plater installed. I have one of them. Weak Auras I have installed. Trade Skill Master Auctioneer we have installed. All right, so not anything super relevant there. Bagnon. I've tried Bagnon. Honestly, my favorite bag add-on is by far, well, was by far Addy Bags, but Baginator has definitely become my new favorite one. The replacement for Addy Bags was supposed to be Better Bags, but unfortunately it just wasn't better. Bagnon, I think does it allow you to sort by category? No, it just gives you like it's still in one bag, right? Because the thing that I loved about Addy bags and the thing that I love about what do you call it, about Baginator as well, is that, see, like, this is all sorted by category. So if I'm looking for a warband item, I've got them set up right up here, right? If I'm looking for crafting reagents, weapons, armor, enchants, whatever it is, like, it's easy to just figure out where things are in my bags without having to use a search or whatever. I do wish it was a little bit more. I actually asked the dev for a feature that would allow us to sort of. I don't know if he's added anything in. This reduced UI spacing. I was asking him if it was possible to, like, these quest items, just move them into this free space right here, right? Move these weapons up here and have them, like, just make the entire thing more compact. And I don't think he seemed too. I don't think they seemed too enthused by the suggestion. But again, I don't know how complicated that is technically, and far be it from me to even pretend to know how difficult add-on creation is. It still blows my mind all the things that people are able to do in this game with between weak auras and add-ons. Okay, what I was going to do, well, I was going to run a Bountiful Delve, but the fact that actually none of the rewards that we get from the Bountiful Delves does anything useful for us in terms of getting profession stuff. Let me double check this Reddit page real quick, because he was saying that you can run delves a whole bunch to just level up your brand, which will make future delves easier, which is good. I mean, they did hot fix it so that brand is capped at 15. Right now I'm using Baginator. This add-on right here is Baginator. It's just the best replacement I've found for Addy bags, or at least the most similar, I guess. But it also has some really cool features with it, where you can actually see your bags for all of your other characters, which is kind of nice. You can access your guild bank on the go, which is nice, and then also the bank and the warband bank you can see on the go, which is nice. I don't use that feature that much. The really cool feature is the search anywhere, where you can basically type anything in here, hit search anywhere, and it'll tell you if any of your alts have any of that item or currency or anything like that. That is a game changer. That's really cool. Altaholic does do that, right? But Altaholic is very buggy in my experience, and I don't know that I may just need to reinstall it, or I may just have like some corrupted file, like some corrupted I don't know, whatever files, and maybe that's why Altaholic, it doesn't work super well for me. Baginator has another add-on that it comes with. I can't remember what it's called. That manages all that and does a really good job of it. To be fair, I also have like 3 add-ons that tells me how many of each item I have, right? Because I mean, as you can see in my tooltip right here, right? Like let's go to something that more of my characters would have in their inventory. If I can find anything like that. Oh, I forgot to list this 42,000 gold item. I'm in 2 minds as to whether anyone's going to buy this for 41,000 gold. It looks like there's a non-zero number of them being sold. So hey, if someone wants to pay me 41,000 gold for this item, I will gladly take it. And I should probably also I probably also have an augment rune. Let's go ahead and list that as well. 4,000, almost 4,000 gold for that. Heck yeah. Algarian mana oil. Wait, why didn't we list these already? They're rank 2s. All right, let's close Bran out. I have too many interface windows open. This is the issue with playing on an ultra wide, is that even with an ultra wide monitor, I still feel like I never have enough screen real estate. I've literally looked into getting a second monitor, as dumb as that sounds. I don't have space on my desk because I have like my gaming PC over there. I have my speakers, and then I have this stupid monitor is like 34 inches ultra wide. So it takes up it's a big boy. It takes up a lot of space. So I literally don't have enough space to get a second monitor. I mean, I use my iPad for like chat and for as like a stream deck of sorts. But having a second monitor would be nice because I could have my banker account open there. I could have OBS open there. I could have chat open there. I could have all that stuff. I mean, technically I could fit it on my desk if I'm okay to cover up my gaming PC. We don't generate HP out of combat anymore. Is that a thing? I don't know. I haven't noticed that. Check your debuffs, maybe. I mean, to be fair, I never eat or drink or use potions, so but then again, I've only been playing on my monk, and I think monks generally just have some base level self heals. So maybe that's why I'm not noticing it. Yeah, because every time I hit Tiger's Palm, I'll deal 30% increased damage. I don't know. Maybe that's how that works. Oh, I can sell these profitably. All right, let's go ahead and list those. I don't know why I didn't sell them already. Let's see here. This is technically a 5% upgrade for me, but I could also have 1,200 gold instead. And for an eye level 518 piece, 1,200 gold sounds pretty nice. Okay, what else did we need to do while we were at the auction house? Should we? Yeah, screw it. 40 gold for fish. I'll take that. I'll take that. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Profane tinderbox. I'm probably going to need some of these to level up blacksmithing and leatherworking and some of the other professions. Or I don't know if that's is that the profane tinderbox? I don't know. One of them is super rare, and I'm worried that I'm going to list it and then need to buy it back for more. But at 1,700 gold, I can probably find them cheaper later on, because every hour that people are playing this game, more and more of them are dropping. So I would assume that the price for those is going to just go down, same as everything else. But then again, we have had things that have like spiked in prices since, so I may be wrong. All right. I wanted to do a couple of things. I wanted to push enchanting skill, and I wanted to get jewel crafting to skill level 62. All right, let's do that first. I don't think we're going to run the bountiful delve, because it doesn't sound like any of the rewards actually benefit us. If anything, probably I'll run a tier 3 delve on one of my alts that's at level 70 or 70, like below level 74, and has the insane scaling to unlock the higher tier delves for myself. And I'll probably do that in this spiral weave, so that I also get some cash for it. Right? You want to do this quest on as many alts as possible to farm cash. Yeah, and I'll probably do some world quests on my alts as well, just to try and farm some more renown. Is there any other world content that we need that would make sense for us to do in terms of professions? Probably not, right? All right, let's do this. Let's push jewel crafting to past 62. We'll do the remaining. We'll do the NPC patron craft orders that we unlock, and then we will end the stream because I just heard my wife get home. Oh, disconnected. Although low-key, I think that's probably as good a time as any to end the stream, in all honesty. Yeah, because I hear my wife calling out to me. It's almost like she doesn't realize I'm streaming. To be fair, today was a fairly long stream. We've been going for 5 hours, 5.5 hours at this point. Well, 5 hours and 15 minutes to be exact. Oh, relogging fixed it? We may have all gotten disconnected, because I just got disconnected as well, which is what the 24-hour stream. I still haven't been able to set up all my affiliate stuff yet with Twitch, so I'm still waiting on all of that. But hey, if we get that set up and my wife gives me permission, maybe we'll do like a subathon or something like that. I think I probably need more average viewers before a subathon becomes fun. But the 24-hour stream, let's see. I was telling my wife about how a subathon works, and like how because after the 12-hour stream, she was like, "Wow, like is that like huge?" And I was like, I mean, there are people who stream 12 to 16 hours a day, So relative to them, 12 hours isn't that crazy. And her response was that she hoped that I never did anything like that. And I was like, well, I hope I get big enough that I can do a 24-hour stream and actually have people watching. So let's see. But point noted, Seek. If there is a 24-hour stream, do you promise you will be on for all 24 hours? Because Lord knows, I don't know if you guys saw, there was a video of Gingy passing out mid-stream. He was like farming delves or something. I mean, like I'm saying, Gingy is just literally built different, right? Quite literally. But yeah, he was on stream. He was like telling someone what to do inside of a delve, and like literally mid conversation, he just like switched off and like woke up back on stream. And I was like, geez. But again, that's why he had 18 level 80s in like the first 24 hours of early access, and then power leveled his brand to like level 52 or I think he may have even capped it at 60, to be fair. But that's just things that literally I don't know if there's too many other people other than Gingy who can do that all while streaming and keeping it somewhat entertaining. God bless him. Anyway, enough talking about other streamers. Although maybe not, because if we're ending the stream here, maybe you want to hop over to Gingy and check out what he's doing, because Lord knows he's identified multiple bugs. And so, well, multiple things that Blizzard had to hotfix later. I don't know if there were bugs or working as intended, but yeah. Dream surges? I'm not sure. I'll be honest, on the last day of Dragonflight, I did fly around and just spend the Dream Surge cocoon things, because I'm not sure if Blizzard considers that a seasonal reward. They did change the rewards with Season 4, so I have a feeling that it may be considered a seasonal reward. I would definitely spend the Dream Surge cocoons, the Time Rift tokens, like the Ion canisters or whatever, as well as your bullions. I would definitely spend, because I think we checked it on the beta as well, and the bullion vendor is no longer there. So I would definitely spend any antique bronze bullions you have, any of that seasonal stuff. Spend all of your flight stones. Flight stones are going away, and crests will go away as well. But the Dream Surge Coalescence rewards, I don't think they'll take those out. I think those should still be there, right? The toys and I still need to pick up some of those toys. There's a mount as well and stuff like that. I think those will probably stay. I think probably just the Dream Surge cocoons will go away. So yeah, I would definitely spend I doubt the pets and mounts are going away. Although now that you mention it, I'm low-key kind of worried. But not really. I'm sure the pets and mounts and toys will stay on there, as well as the Dreambound, like bind on account, Warband bound tokens you'll still be able to pick up for Dream Surge, because those were endlessly farmable, right? I think the only thing that was like time gated was the Dream Surge cocoons, and so I would definitely spend all of those. But the pets and mounts, I mean, those were endlessly farmable, so I don't think Blizzard was trying to give us FOMO on those. And to be fair, I picked up the mount, so the only thing left really is the toys and the pets, I guess, that I need to pick up. And like I keep saying, FOMO, as far as I'm concerned, my general guidance on FOMO is it's not FOMO if you don't care about the thing you're gonna miss out on. And so with toys, I'm kind of there. If there is anything that you would be really upset if you're not able to get, then I would definitely farm that out before. But yeah, it's not FOMO if you don't care about the thing that you're missing out on. All right, with that said, we are going to end the stream here. I don't plan on streaming tomorrow, but let's see. I'll put it that way. If there's anything crazy going on, if there is a bunch of stuff, or if I am planning on playing for a bunch of hours in a row, then I may stream for a little bit tomorrow evening. Or a little bit later than the stream starts on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, just because of the fact that it's launch week and there's so much to do and there's so much, it's just always a lot more fun playing on stream. Though yesterday was kind of nice. I just played. I didn't have to talk to myself or to anyone, and it was kind of nice getting to enjoy the expansion that way. So let's see. Tomorrow may be one of those days. I do need to go work out. I need to go run some errands and things like that, because Lord knows I didn't do much of that over this past weekend. Friday was that 12-hour stream, and yeah, So let's see. I probably won't. I may or may not end up streaming tomorrow, but otherwise we will be back on Wednesday, Friday, and then back to our usual. I'll definitely be streaming on the days that I always stream, which is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, around 5.5 hours prior to this. The reason I say that is because it's 4 p.m. my time zone, but I don't know if that means anything to anyone because I'm in GMT +4, so it's like noon GMT, and then it's easy enough to, it should hopefully be easy enough to convert it back to whatever time zone you're in right now. But if you are watching live, then it's 5.5 hours before right now is basically when the streams start on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. All right. Well, thank you everyone who joined the stream. Thank you Midro and Zeke for being here. I think Legendarism may have already left, but thank you to Legendarism as well. Thank you to everyone who joined from the raid that Goldzin arranged for us, which was really nice of him as well. So thank you Goldzin, and thank you Scope Killer for raiding us. Nimajin, thank you to everyone else who followed during the stream. And yeah, best of luck out there. Midro, best of luck for the launch day, man. I'm sure you'll have a blast. I think honestly the campaign is super fun, and yeah, take your time with it. No need to rush, right? I played 12 hours on Friday, and I still didn't get through. I finished Isle of Dorn, I finished Ringing Deeps, and then I got halfway through Halifall, and I honestly didn't pick back up on leveling until yesterday. I didn't do any leveling on Saturday, and honestly didn't miss it. I felt like I accomplished a good pace. And again, it's going to be 2 years until we have to level characters again, or at least 1.5 years. So definitely take your time with it and enjoy it. There's nothing that you're going to miss out on by taking your time and hitting level 80 a little bit later, or, gearing up a little bit later. The season doesn't start for a while, so there's plenty of time to catch up on everything. Anyway, with that said, I'm going to stop rambling now, and we're probably going to end the stream here. Thank you so much. Everyone, have fun out there. See you guys all on Wednesday. Bye-bye. Oh, also join the Discord. I forgot to mention that, but join the Discord. I should probably drop a link in here, huh? Where is it? Because I did set up a Discord. 1 second, folks. 1 second. Let me drop a link to the Discord. I'll be honest, I don't really know how to use a Discord super well. So if you guys have any tips for that, let me know. Did the link show up? There we go. You can also use the ! Discord command. I should probably throw that into the scene. There we go. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good one. Bye-bye.